Okay, so guys, quick recap about this, about the training, what we are going through. This is Azure, Microsoft Azure. Microsoft Azure is the cloud training. Wasim walaikum assalam, and assalamu alaikum everyone, and good morning. So let's start quickly. We have a lot to cover in these 2 days, and also we need to understand the assignment as well. So I would request everyone, please mute your mic so that we can continue. If you do have a question, just feel free to ask a question, unmute your mic, and also you can type your question in the chat window as well. Okay, so guys, a quick recap. What we have learned about this cloud technology is right here on the screen. We started with introduction to cloud computing with Azure subscription. So now if we can think about this, what we have learned and what is in Azure actually in all of the real environments. So we start with subscription. So So we start with, so as a user, we log into Azure, we log into cloud to manage our environment. And within the cloud, first of all, you need to have an account. And this is how we need to understand this in order to understand multiple subscriptions within the cloud environment. So first of all, you need to have an account, number one. Number two, you also need to have a subscription. And it will be helpful, guys, if you can write everything down on a piece of paper so that you can remember. I mean, if it should be already on your fingertips. So we have an account, we have subscription. Under the subscription, we create resource group. So resource group is the one where which is basically a lifeline for all your resources within your cloud. If you delete a resource group, meaning you're deleting everything from your environment. So resource group is a very, very important entity. And the service that manages a resource group is Azure Resource Manager. So Azure Resource Manager is the service that runs the resource manager. And within the resource group, what we have all our resources. Okay, so first of all, your account, then subscription, then resource group, and under the resource group, we have all other resources. So what do we have under resource group? We have different resources. We have compute resources, and when we talk about a compute resource, everyone, compute simply means that it is everything to do with a VM. So even in the real environment, when they talk about what do you know about compute resources, it's everything to do with a VM. So and with the VM, if you can remember our if you can remember this building block about the VM. So this is everything to do with the VM, where you have VMs, and then VM has an OS disk. It can have secondary disk as well. Then VMs can be protected through scale set, then availability set. Then you have then you can also automate the availability set. You can also have a container, and tomorrow in tomorrow's lecture we'll discuss about containers. And container is also to do with the VM. But when you have a VM, you can install extension on the VM, and then you can have different type of extension. And extension simply means installing another software on your on your VM. So meaning antivirus or any other agent or any other small software. So guys, just so one more time, you have a chat window to ask a question. Any question about this training? Any question about the I mean previous assignment and everything? So, and also you can unmute your mic and ask a question as well. So Nurul is asking a question, can we delete a resource group instead of deleting all the resources? Yes, you can delete a resource group instead of deleting all the resources, and that will delete everything. But sometimes what happens is that you create a new resource group. So in many organizations, you might not have just one resource group. You have 4 or 5 resource group with different departments inside. So for that reason, you just need to, you can delete a resource group, then come back to all resources and see that if all of the resources are deleted, or maybe some VMs, some app services might be sitting in another resource group. But yes, you can delete a resource group, and there is a lock on the resource group. So resource group needs to be deleted from within the resource group section, and I'll show you from within this. But remember, deleting a resource group can be very, very dangerous as well. Why is it dangerous? Because with one go, you're deleting your complete environment. Deleting a resource group can be really, really damaging to the organization. If you are a global admin and you're deleting a resource group, just make sure that you're not deleting anything in the real environment. Why? Because deleting a resource group can be very, very dangerous. So compute resources are right here, which is extensions. Then we can monitor compute resources. We can back up compute resources. Then we can provide securities within Active. So from Active Directory using Key Vault. And today we will be discussing that within the storage. So again, going back to Azure, guys, if you can understand the basic root of Azure and cloud computing, then you will be able to understand any environment or any tenants within any organization. So one more time, a user connects to Azure cloud. And when the user connects, basically you're connecting through your account. And once you are connected through your account, you're basically logging into a subscription. So you're logging into a subscription, and then from there you have the very first thing is resource group. Then within the resource group, you have your VMs, you have your storage account, you have your networking, and then you have your app services. So everything is under a resource group, and you can create a different resource group for different departments. It all depends on you, that how do you want to create them. We create a resource group so that all related resources stay within one resource group. So when you look at the billing at the end, when you look at the billing at the end, so it will say that this month there are $10,000 spent on finance resource group. So which means that finance resource group has all the services, all different type of services, but in total $10,000 spent on finance resource group. And IT resource group, there are $100,000 spent. So we create these resource groups so that we can basically keep an eye on their earnings, and so that everything is connected to one resource group. So it's for billing purposes, for cost purposes, and it is also for better management. Instead of one resource group, and you have 10 VMs sitting for within the VM in this resource group, you have 10 VMs of finance department and 10 VMs of IT department. So in that way, you'll have to do separate billing within the same resource group. So that will be a little bit tedious, little bit difficult in terms of when you are managing different types of VM within the same resource group. So in the real environment, how we do it, we create different resource groups and keep their resources within that resource group, so that at the end we can get out some billing reports based on that department. So guys, the second thing here is a storage account. When you create a storage account, there are four important things to remember. There is a container where you can store everything. Containers are also known as blobs. Then we have archive storage. So any data that is older, we can automatically move into the archive. And this is cheaper storage. This is expensive storage. Then we have file share. This is here. There are two VMs. Both VMs can access the files. We have table storage. It's a little bit like a database, but not an actual database, a very small, simple type of database. You can make simple database tables in this for very small applications. Then we have Azure Queue, which is just a messaging queue. It stores messages. It's the main idea here is to store messages and to send them wherever the messages needs to go. And since you do need a messenger type of service here, because there are so many services for a medium to large size organization, you might be working with 100 different services in cloud. You might be working with VMs, you might be working with storage accounts, you might be working with app services, containers, and then networking. So all of these services are sending messages to each other. So let's say VM is shutting down. If the VM is shutting down, it will send a message to the resource manager, which is Azure Resource Manager. Because Azure Resource Manager is the one that is, you can think of Azure Resource Manager as being the monitor of this class. So if this is a huge big class, then Azure Resource Manager will be the monitor. And what is Azure Resource Manager? Azure Resource Manager basically works in the background of Azure Resource Group. So then we have, so these are the storage, these are different storage services. We can, so when you create a VM, it is also stored in a storage as a separate entity within the storage account. Then we have supporting services. Store Simple is the one that is used to migrate data from, it's basically to connect your on-premises disk to Azure storage. Then we have Azure Site Recovery to basically clone a server from on-premises to the storage. Then we have Azure Data Box to move large amount of data from data from on-premises to storage account. Now, sometimes you might get a question in the interview that what is the difference between Store Simple and Data Box? So Store Simple is basically a continuous connection between on-premises and storage account. So this is a continuous connection. So in here, I would say, let's say you have a disk or you have SAN here, and you need to store the same data within the cloud. So you can use a Store Simple service, and it's a monthly subscription. You will be paying Microsoft. Microsoft will be sending a device. That device will sit in your environment, and this will a continuous connection between your SAN and storage. Whereas Databox is just a one-time service. So it is basically to move, let's say, one to hundreds of terabytes of data from your data center, and it will be put into a car, into a truck, basically, depending on how big the data is, and then it will be sent to Microsoft data center, and from there it will be uploaded to the cloud. So this is a one-time connection. This is a continuous connection where you can move data from on premises to the cloud. Then in the networking, everyone, and networking, this is building block for networking. In networking, we also started with understanding of network. So network starts from a VNet. Network starts from a VNet, and within the VNet, what happens is that you can, so it starts right here. So it starts from a VNet right here. So first of all, you create a virtual network, and then inside the virtual network, you start creating subnets. So these are subnets number two, and within subnets, you can create different type of subnets for different type of services. So different type of services. So here you have virtual network, you have subnets, different subnets, and subnets are exactly like rooms in our house. So we create a house. It's a 2-bedroom house. It's a 4-bedroom house. So basically, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 6 subnet VNet. So this is a network of 6 subnets. So 6 subnets for different type of services sitting in each subnet. So subnets are exactly like rooms within the house, and just like a kitchen has only kitchen stuff. So exactly like that, a subnet that has a gateway will only have a gateway. In that subnet, you cannot have any other resources within this. I mean, all the other subnets, you can have databases, you can have VMs, and you can have combined resources within one VNet. But where you have a gateway, that subnet will only have a gateway. So that's one thing to remember about subnet. And then, so second thing is subnet. Then after subnet, you have security. On each subnet, we can apply NSG or security rules on this NSG. Then we also have something called ASGs. Both are just firewalls. Both are just firewalls. What type of traffic going in and what type of traffic going out. So the difference between NSG and ASG is it's NSG is network security group, whereas ASG is a application security group. Faz, I can see your question. I'll come back to your question just in a moment. So let me just, you can type your question just for remembering, and I'll come back to your question. Let me just give a quick recap here. So NSG and ASG, NSG is the network security group, ASG the application security group. Application security group, it both are just firewalls, both are blocking ports, both are blocking traffic or allowing traffic. But in ASG, you can combine, you can create a ASG, and then you can combine many different VMs and their securities together. So it's just to group different resources under one ASG. So ASG, NSG, Network Security Group, ASG is a application security group. Then we have load balancers. So we have external load balancer, we have internal load balancer. External load balancer receives traffic from outside. Basically, it is coming from basically the traffic is coming from right here. So outside it goes through DDoS protection, then to the firewall, then goes to the load balancer. Here it is coming from a traffic manager. It is just to show that traffic manager can route traffic from a load balancer. Basically it always goes through everything that goes into Azure network goes through firewalls and then goes to internal load balancer. So you have external load balancer and internal load balancer. External load balancer balances the traffic between, for external traffic, it has a public IP address. And internal load balancer also balances traffic between VMs and it has only private IP address. So that's number 5. Then we have number 6, internal load balancer. Then we have number 7, which is application load balancer. So application load balancer, application gateway is exactly it's just an application level load balancer. So basically, you can remember with the type of icons that they have. It's just that it's more intelligent load balancer. It can, so this load balancer can only understand port numbers. It can only understand port number and IP address, and that's it. So it doesn't understand the protocol. It doesn't understand that if it is a web traffic or if it is FTP traffic or if it is RDP traffic to connect to different VMs. So this load balancer only understands numbers, whereas this load balancer can understand the keywords as well. You can balance the traffic based on keywords. So for example, if some of the, so this is your website and people are connecting to your website. So people are going into the payment gateway. So as soon as it sees the keyword payment, it can send that traffic to the required subnet. So basically this can distinguish between what type of traffic is coming to your network. So that's why it is application gateway, or or in other words, it's an application load balancer. Then we have firewalls. Firewall is just a firewall, just like a Windows firewall. It can block traffic, or it can incoming. It can monitor all the traffic. Then we have DDoS protection, which is distributed denial of service, which is basically, if you can remember, that this can block the traffic. So main purpose of DDoS attacks are that they block all your traffic, so that legit traffic is not able to get into your network. So basically, it will completely block your all the traffic, so that you won't be able to connect to your cloud. So this problem was a huge problem few years back, but now all the cloud providers automatically provides DDoS protection. Then externally, we can connect VMs. So if you need to connect VNet to another VNet, in other words, in the real environment, if you want to connect one house to another house, so subnets are rooms, and when you need to connect the house to another house in the same compound or a society, we do peering. So VNet connecting to the same in the same region. So two VNets connecting, we use peering. And when we need to connect a VNet to another VNet in another region, so altogether from UK to China. So this is let's say UK. This is US. So US to China, we use global peering. So global peering is a concept in which we connect two VNets in two different locations. Then in order to connect your on-premises data center, meaning your company's data center, to connect company data center to your local data to Azure cloud, there are two ways. Number one, site to site VPN. Number two, express route. And we had a discussion on that. Site to site VPN is cheaper, whereas express route is expensive. So this is expensive, but express route is a dedicated connection between data Center and your and Azure Cloud. So it's exactly like it's a road going from your place, literally a road going from your place to Azure Cloud. Whereas site to
So
site,
Adnan, sorry, can I
yes,
ask
go
you a
ahead.
small question here?
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
here when we are talking about site-to-site VPN, and then we were talking about simple store. So, like in simple store, we are not creating site-to-site VPN. What is that exactly?
No, we have to. So in order to have Store Simple, which is this one, Store Simple, you need to have a site-to-site VPN.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah, so basically this Store Simple will work when you have either one of them enabled, when you have either one of them. So either you have site-to-site VPN or you have Express Route. So
okay. Thank
Express
you.
Route is more expensive, and then site-to-site VPN is cheaper. Most of the medium-sized organization uses site-to-site VPN, and site-to-site VPN is just like you're connecting over the public network, but it is still a dedicated connection between the cloud and Azure.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you're most welcome. And then you have security. So we will be discussing the security in a moment. Then we discussed about app services, everyone. App services starts from right here. So again, one more time, user connects to the cloud, cloud connects to account connects to subscription connects to resource group, and then you connect to app services. So before we just have we just saw that how do you connect to VNets, and then how do you connect to VMs, and then VMs have scale sets, VMs have availability sets, then they have extensions. Extensions can have antivirus, and then VNets comes to subnets, and then you have load balancers. Load balancers have external load balancer, then it has internal load balancer, and then you have application gateway, and then you within the networking you have different type of peering, two types of peering, global peering, and you have peering, and then you have site to site VPN. So guys, I want you to remember exactly in this manner, and once you do it on the piece of paper 2 or 3 times, it will be and if you can explain it to someone, this will be on your fingertip, and this will definitely help you in the interviews. So guys, app services, when you talk about app service is a PaaS implementation. So a famous interview question is, have you ever worked on PaaS services? So that's an interview question that they will ask in the cloud. So what PaaS services have you worked in? Your answer is app service. App service is basically a PaaS implementation within the cloud, and within app service, and then their next question, what have you done in app services? Within app services, we developed a website. We created a web app. So a web app, and then main things, there are two main components of app service or app service environment. App service environment is new, app service plan is older, but they are both exactly the same thing. Environment has more features, this has less feature, and in so basically app service plan is upgraded to app service environment. Now, within app service, just like in storage, there are four important components of storage. So when we talk about storage account, what are the four important components? Number one, a blob storage or a container. Number two is file share. Number three is queue. Number four is table. So basically, everything revolves around these four things. And same goes for the VM. What are the main components of VM? VM has scale set, availability set, everything revolves around these services. Okay, and then the next one is so same thing goes for then VNet. What are the main components of VNet? The main components of VNets are subnets, load balancer, and then everything revolve around. So you have VMs in the subnet, you have NSGs for the subnets, and then as subnets are connected to other subnets. So basically, if you can remember the major component, then you can basically expand these links together and make a mind map of this. So within app service, the two main important components are web app and the mobile app. So the two main important components are web app and this mobile app. So basically, we create a app service for either you're creating a web app or either you're creating a mobile app, and everything else revolve around these two things. So mostly you will be working with a web app. So app service is mostly at the moment 90%. almost 90% of the organizations app service is hosted for web app. So most of the time the company intranet site, websites, all your company websites will be hosted within the web app. Mobile app, I haven't seen mobile apps much within Azure environment, even in hospitals, in different places. So mobile app can be hosted in this, but most of the time mobile apps are hosted directly in their relevant places. So and they are managed within their relevant environment as well. So most of the companies where you will be dealing with app services will be web app. So in order to have a web app, first of all, we create an app service plan. Just like we discussed that, we create an app service plan, then we create a web app. Then within the web app, you upload your website. So you upload a website within this. So once you upload a website, then you can run different type of services. You can run web jobs in this. What is a web job? Web jobs are basically small scripts that can help your web app. You can also run APIs within the website. So what is a API? API just like a payment gateway. So if you need to have a website and you need to have a payment gateway, then you buy that API from that company. So there are many companies that are selling their APIs, like Square. Square is one of the companies. There are many companies that provide payment gateway, and this is just one example. Other than that, you want to count how many users are connecting to your websites, then you can also use a API, or you can use a web app as well. And then you have mobile backend services or mobile backend services. You have functions. So these are all scripts that run within these applications just to help connect to these environments or these applications. We have notifications. So these are supporting services, other related services. So notification hub is basically for the mobile apps to send out notifications. Mobile engagement, how many people are connected to your to your mobile app, how many users are connected. So just like if today WhatsApp needs to find out that how many users are connected to WhatsApp servers, then they will use mobile engagement or mobile engagement. And then you can also use Azure Search. You can also use media services to separate videos and audios within that website. So guys, app service is all about a website. It's all about a website. You're hosting a website or you're hosting a mobile website, and then these services are supporting services for this. And then all these services, so VMs, VNets, app services, they all have monitoring. They all have monitoring to monitor that service. And then there is basic monitoring, there is advanced monitoring. And in tomorrow's lecture, we'll discuss about monitoring and containers. So we'll go into a little bit more detail about this and set up alerts that if any services goes down, then then you should get an alert for this. Then we have API management. API management is to help number of APIs within your environment. So just remember API, application programming interface, which is those applications. So if you have a payment gateway, this will be managed through API. Then in order to connect your app service to on your virtual network. So app service, in order to connect your app service to your another application within your network, let's say this is a website and it has a database, backend database where all the users are. So it needs to connect through either in two ways. Number one, if you have a app service environment, which is this one, if you've created app service environment, then you don't need this, then you don't need point to site VPN. But if you have app service plan, which is an older way of connecting to the app, then you need point to site VPN and VPN connection. Your app will connect through a VPN connection and connect back to the application. So these are just two ways to connect. And and what we need to remember, what is this website connecting to? It's just connecting to its own database, or maybe it's connecting to another application within your environment. And if the database is sitting in on premises, if this database is sitting in your physical office, then you would need hybrid connection. Then you would need to connect to this database. So Omer asked a question, can I repeat this? Yes. So we are talking about that if you have a website, and then website, it's a bigger website and it needs to connect to a database that is sitting in another VNet. If it is sitting in the same VNet, then you don't need to go through this connection. Let's say you have a VNet, and in the VNet you are connected to this. In the VNet you also have a SQL database, and that is connecting to your app service. So both are sitting in the same VNet. We don't need to go through this. But if you have a VNet, if you have a database sitting in another VNet, which is virtual network, it is within Azure, then we need to go through point to site VPN inside, because both are two different services. Then they connect from using the site point to site VPN to the backend database. But if this database is sitting in your physical office, then you need to connect through point to site VPN and then connect to site VPN. So then it needs to have two hops, which is point to site VPN and site to site VPN. You need to connect. So your app service will connect to VNet. Then from VNet, it connects back to your physical data center in order to connect this website to the backend database. Now,
So
if
Radhan,
yes,
when we define web app, we don't define any VNet there, right? It's just we are using web app and creating that what is that called, plan, and then hosting the website. We don't define any VNet there, right?
no, so VNet, without a VNet, a web app cannot exist. Okay, so when you first time create a web app, if you don't have a VNet, VNet will be created for you automatically.
See, I don't remember. No worries. I'll
Okay.
check it out.
Okay, so I mean, nothing in Azure exists without a VNet, but this is just saying that if the database is sitting in a separate VNet other than your app service, then you need to, then it will connect through point to site VPN to that database. And if the database is, if the backend database is sitting in the office on premises, then the connection will be point to site VPN and then site to site VPN. But if this connection is, if this is a more frequent connection, I mean, this needs to be a continuous connection, then this might slow down the connection between a web app and the database, because it's going through point to site VPN, then site to site VPN. In that case, Microsoft Azure provides something called hybrid connection. Hybrid connection directly connects from on-premises database to the web app. So hybrid connection is exactly the way you connect from here, then connect here. Hybrid connection is a direct connection between the two. Okay, so Omer's question is, I guess we need to understand the difference between site-to-site VPN and point-to-site VPN. So site-to-site VPN is a bigger connection. Just remember that both are connections. Okay, so both are simple connection. Both, you can think of this, you have two devices, two computers. You need to connect computer one to computer two. So this needs to be, if you have a wire, if you have RJ45 cable or a networking cable, you connect two computers together. So both are connections. Now the question is, what is point to site and what is site to site? So these are just two different type of connection, meaning point to site is mostly used when you are connecting from point A to point B, and the main reason of this connection is to just connect web app to the database. I mean, you know exactly it will be from point A to point B. So this is a connection between just these 2 points and nothing else. Whereas site to site VPN, many different multiple services can connect together to each other. So you can think of this as a bigger pipe, and site to site VPN, meaning in this site A and site B, everything can connect to each other. Whereas point, remember the word point to site VPN, this connection is for some specific connection. That's it. So that's the only difference between a point to site VPN and site to site VPN. You're most welcome. So point to site VPN and site to site VPN, exactly. So Wasim has another good definition as well. Point to site VPN, specific connection from point A to point B. Site to site VPN, multiple connections between point A to point B. Now, hybrid connection. Hybrid connection is a direct connection between this website and the backend database. So there will be a backend database. Wasim is asking a question: is hybrid connection is VPN? Hybrid connection also goes through a VPN. So you must have some sort of connection. So you must have some sort. So basically, hybrid connection is skipping this part, point to site VPN. But you must have a site-to-site VPN, or you must have a basic. So basically, you must have a basic connection, then you can have hybrid connection. So hybrid connection is that. Now, in app services, you can also automate app services. You can auto scaling. You can also back up the app services as well. We can also provide security by using Active Directory, SSL certificate, or Key Vault. We will see that today. Okay, so then we have databases, everyone. Then we have databases, everyone. And databases, basically, database is basically all the companies have databases, different type of databases. And in Azure, you can create different type of databases as well. So you can create a single database. You can create an elastic pool. A single database is just a single database. When you create a single database, a logical server is created with this. So you need to have a logical server with a single database, and this server plus this database gives you a database for your organization. Whereas elastic pool is basically a pool of resources. So you're saying I'm buying two CPUs. I'm buying two CPUs and 8 GB of memory. So now you bought this pool, and in this pool now you can start making database. So you create one database in this, then you create second database, then you create third database. So basically, but you can create 100 databases within one elastic pool, but their maximum capacity will be two CPUs. So difference between a single database is dedicated for one database, and basically, and you have a logical server. Even with elastic pool, there is a logical server too. But in elastic pool, you can create multiple databases. So that's the big difference between the two. So Arshad asked a question: can we delete a locked resource pool, locked resource group? No, we cannot. So all these resources, going back to this question, can we delete a locked resource pool? What is the meaning of lock? Lock basically means that all these resources within Azure, so VM, you have a storage account. You also have, so all these services, web app, so these all services can be placed with a lock. So this is a lock. So you can place a lock on them. By default, these resources are not locked. So meaning if the resource is not locked, you can delete that anytime. But if you have a fear that somebody might accidentally delete a VM, then you can lock a VM. So I'll show you where the lock is. You can just go to that VM. If you're guys, everyone log into your Azure resource, because we need to create some VMs there too. So we have VMs. If it is locked, you cannot delete it. But you must first unlock it, then you can delete it. Okay, good question. So here you have elastic pool, then you have a single database, you have elastic pool, then you have managed instance of a database. Managed instance of a database is basically to move your on-premises SQL database within Azure environment. Now, here, remember one very important difference. The one very important difference is that single database or elastic database, these are IaaS implementation. So these are infrastructure as a service. These both type of databases are considered as infrastructure as a service, but managed instance is considered as a PaaS service. So this is considered as a PaaS service. So interview question is that, can we implement a database as a PaaS service? Yes, we can implement as a database as a PaaS service using managed instance. In managed instance, you will get a database, but you don't have to manage the logical. You don't have to manage a logical server. In both of these cases, you will select a logical server of your own, and this logical server you can change security. You can manage this logical server. But when you get a managed instance, you're only managing the database, and logical server is the responsibility of Microsoft. So that's the difference between managed instance and these two databases. All three of them, you can have databases, but just the difference is some companies would not like to manage the logical server. They would say, this is I don't want to take this headache. They don't want to manage the logical server. So what they do, they buy just a managed instance. In managed instance, their database will be completely moved into a database, and the company doesn't have to worry about the managed instance. Sorry, company doesn't have to worry about the logical server. So managed instance is a PaaS implementation of a database, and single database and elastic pool is a IaaS implementation of a database. Then we have something called a warehouse, SQL warehouse services. SQL warehouse services, just like the word warehouse, this manages huge big amount of data. So warehouse and data factory, so both are almost the same services, but in warehouse you will basically create reports against huge big databases. Now warehouse, just like in the real world, you don't need a warehouse for a small business, right? For a small business, for let's say a small dollar store, you have a small storage in the back, in maybe in the some back room, or maybe in the basement of that store. So it's a small dollar store, and they don't have so much of products, and they can manage everything within the same room, or maybe in an additional room. But for a huge big factory of where the all the dollar products are made, that factory needs a huge big warehouse somewhere where they store everything, and then from there it is shipped out to different countries where people use them in their dollar store. So warehouse, SQL data warehouse is only for large organization. Data factory for large organization. Why? Because this is used for large organization where they keep huge big databases reports, and then they generate reports. So for example, TD Bank, TD Bank, or maybe any bank, they have end of the month reports. So they have end of the month reports, and those reports are huge big reports. So they need warehouse services. And then data factory is also almost the same thing, but data factory has another feature that can do extract, transform, and load, ETL services. So it can provide ETL services that can transform data from one type of database to another type of database. So guys, in databases, main thing here, what we need to remember is that you can have a single database, you can have elastic pool database, you can have managed instance. All these are different type of databases. And these are all Microsoft databases. Whereas if your organization has different type of databases, like some other vendors databases like MariaDB, this is another type of database. You also have MySQL database, you have PostgreSQL database, you have SQL on a machine. This is again another database that is a type of IaaS service. So this is also that database. But these all different type of database can be used within the Azure environment. And then supporting services in order to move these databases, just like Store Simple, just like Store Simple. Store Simple service in the previous slide was used to basically do what? To connect your on-premises disk, your on-premises disk to a storage disk. Exactly like that, if you need to connect your on-premises database to Azure database, then we use Azure Data Sync service. So this is Azure Data Sync service. The main purpose of this service is that it can connect on-premises database to a to to your database inside the cloud. That's it. So if you can remember just by the name, it's a Azure SQL Data Sync service, exactly like Store Simple. And Store Simple connects two disks together, and SQL Data Sync, it connects two databases together. And then we have Azure Data Migration Service. This is used for one-time migration. You're migrating databases from on-premises to your database. And databases can be monitored. So basic monitor is just a monitor, and advanced monitoring is by log analytics. We can also create alerts. We can also set up permissions within this environment using Active Directory, using Azure Security. Okay, very good. Okay, so now going back to that question that Faz wanted to ask. Faz is saying he's having a problem with NSG.
So can
Yes,
my
Faz, you.
question is
Yes.
energy is also a kind of firewall? Then how would we differentiate between a normal firewall and NSG?
Very
This is
good.
my
Very good. So the question is that how can we distinguish between NSG and just a normal firewall? So you can just think of this as a different type of security. So exactly like when somebody is trying to go into some sensitive area, sensitive building, they have a gate, a big gate they have to go through, and sometimes on the gate they have scanners too. So from the gate, and but the building is sitting right here. So once you enter the building and you go all the way inside, then there is another security sitting inside the building. So that's just the difference. You have that security that just before you enter the building, so that you can go inside, and then you are scanned properly. And this gate is just like a firewall. So all the traffic that are coming from outside, they check everything based on what is coming from outside, but this firewall might not need to check everything that this firewall is checking. So both are firewalls, both block and allow traffic. This is just a different type of firewall. Now you might have a second follow-up question saying that, if this traffic is already scanned, then why do we need NSG? So the reason is sometimes you also need to be aware of internal threats too. Internal threats. So there are different VNets, different subnets within your own network. So this is subnet number one, this is subnet number two, this is subnet number three. They all have NSGs here. And sometimes the virus is sitting inside your own organization. Sometimes somebody develops something, or maybe the hacker came into your organization physically and sitting on one of the computer and now run something on the computer that can destroy everything in your organization. So for that reason, you should have NSG as well. So NSGs are internal firewalls. Firewalls are basically Azure Firewall as a service is used for external threats.
thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
you're
you.
most welcome. Okay, so guys, with that, let's quickly recap what we remember about the security of Azure. So at this point, everyone, I want everyone to be attentive. I know that I've spent like almost 1 hour on this, and the review is very, very important, guys. So the next lab that we are going to do will be a multi-tenant lab. So far, the lab that you just did is a single tenant lab. Single tenant lab meaning that each one of you, I've given you a lab, and I thank you everyone that you were able to complete the lab. The people who have not submitted the lab, I am assuming that they have completed the lab, but they were not able to send me the lab, guys. Here we are, around 18-20 people sitting here, and I want everyone to be helping each other. So the first lab and the second lab, first lab was really easy, second lab was a bit challenging, but with a little bit of time spending, like 2 or 3 hours, you should be able to, and you were able to do that, many of you. So this was a single tenant lab. Single tenant lab and multi-tenant lab this is the difference. So single tenant lab, you are the owner and you're doing everything within your within your tenancy. You're creating a VM, you're creating two different VMs and then connecting from this VM to this VM. And also you were creating a hub and spoke relationship, hub and spoke networking within your environment. Hub and spoke networking is just simply that, in which you create basically a firewall, a DMZ within your environment, so the people that connect to your environment. So hub and spoke. The second assignment was called hub and spoke. So hub and spoke assignment was this, that when somebody connects to your network, to your Azure tenancy, this is, let's say, your Azure tenancy here, first they need to go through this subnet. And this is your management subnet. This is known as hub subnet. And then from here, once you connect here, once you are able to connect here, then you should be able to connect to your backend subnets. So this is your spoke subnet. So we just call them spoke subnet. So Spoke subnet is basically you connect from here, and the only way to connect to Spoke is first you need to connect to hub, and then you can connect inside. So that was the second assignment, and many of you were able to finish that and sent me the documentation. Guys, your next assignment will be multi-tenancy assignment, and this will be the assignment that I'll be giving you in this training for the first time. It will be a bit challenging in a more in a in a sense where one person will be responsible for two other tenancy as well. So this will give you a multiple tenancy, or you can say in a sense it will give you a multi-cloud experience. So you'll be working on this subscription, and you'll be working on the second subscription and the third subscription, and I want you to experience the way how it works, because you will have to log off from this tenancy and then log into this tenancy, and then you need to keep an eye on all three tenancy as well. And the way we are going to do this is with a group of 4 people. So 4 people in a group will work together in this assignment, and then all 4 people will have their own subscriptions. You will create a resource group in your subscription and allow each other access to the tenancy. And then you need to create resources. Each one of you will be creating resources in the other tenancy as well. So I'm just giving you an idea. The next assignment is a bit challenging assignment, and it needs a teamwork too. So you need to have that teamwork. You need to get out that you need to set out that time where you can work together maybe 2 or 3 times in a week. But guys, once you go through this assignment, this will give you a huge big experience. I would say this experience will be equal to the 5 years experience in Azure cloud market. With just, all everywhere you can learn about one tenancy and one login and one everything. But when you work together in this, yes, I will create groups, and then you all need to set out time, and there is no exception. You must take out time for this, whatever time that you can select. And at the end of this, I will create groups based on the people sitting here. Okay, excellent. So guys, here, let's talk about security services. Guys, before I start talking about security services, and I'll start jump into the lab as well, I want you to remind that we need to use all the 4 learning senses here, guys. This will help you long term. Number 1, listening. We are all listening here. Number 2 is writing, taking notes. Number 3 is practical, and number 4 is discussion. Okay. And now when you are listening, I want you to honestly stay away from TV, stay away from Netflix, stay away from whatever distraction is it, guys, because the reason is at the end of these 8 months, or okay, 8 months for half of your group are with me with 6 months. And these 6 months, or let's say 4 months for this cloud training will impact your next 8 years. So as being a cloud admin, this will impact. So for that reason, guys, I want you to take it seriously. I'm sure you're all taking it seriously. Excellent. So listening, writing, practical, and desk, and I will ask you to send me your notes. Okay. So guys, in terms of security, last week we discussed about security, that everything it starts from Active Directory. So everything, all user authentication is from Active Directory. So when you connect to a VM to log into the VM, guys, you need some sort of security, even when logging into your tenancy. So even logging into your Azure account in your cloud, you do need an account. So that account is basically created inside Azure Active Directory. So your account, when you create an account within your very first account, it is already created in Azure Active Directory. So you're already working in Azure Active Directory. And Azure Active Directory is the one connection between all your resources. So you have created an account from outside, and now you're part of the cloud, and this is Azure Active Directory. And in Azure Active Directory, the main goal of Azure Active Directory is authentication. So basically, your account is sitting here. Now, as soon as you create a VM, that VM is tied to Azure, and with this account, you automatically become an owner of this VM, and you can do everything with the VM. So Azure Active Directory basically manage authentication. So this manages authentication and authorization both. So basically, Azure Active Directory provides AAA security. It is authentication, authorization, and auditing. So it provides auditing as well. So whatever you're doing with the VM, you're deleting a VM, you're editing a VM, you're changing size of the VM. Everything is monitored. Everything is a part of Azure Active Directory, and so it does authorization. Active Directory does three things. So it is authorization, it is authentication, and the last one is auditing. So this does three things. Sometimes in the interviews, they might ask you, what is AAA? Does Active Directory provides AAA security? Yes, Active Directory provides AAA security. AAA meaning authorization, authentication, and auditing, or authentication, authorization, and auditing. Basically, it provides all the three types. So authentication is when you log in. Authorization is what you can access within the environment, and then auditing is that everything is being audited. What are you doing on this VM? So in identity and access management, which is IAM, under IAM, first of all, there is Azure Resource Manager. Azure Resource Manager is the topmost authority within security. So Azure Resource Manager is the topmost authority. Under Azure Resource Manager, Active Directory is there. Active Directory is a list of users and their securities. So it's just a list of user and their securities. So you create 300 users, all the 300 users will be created in Active Directory. Within Active Directory, and then we assign permissions to them. Then we have RBAC. RBAC is which is role-based security control, access control. Role-based access control is what do you access in the environment. So this is basically connection to your resources. So we create a user in Active Directory, but then we manage it through RBAC, and I will show it to you in the next within the lab that how this works. And then the two new things that you will hear in the cloud environment is B2B and B2C. I mean, B2B and B2C, it is nothing more than that. B2B is basically, B2B is a guest connection. It's a guest connection to your environment. Now, there are two types of IDs within Azure Active Directory. So one is known as normal user, normal Active Directory user. So this is, I would say this is a normal user. And the other one is a guest user. So guys, the big difference between a guest user and a normal user is exactly like in our real life. So as a normal house a person, or as a house owner, you can do everything in the house. You have more privileges in your house. But as a guest, most of the time you're only sitting in the drawing room or maybe in a dining room. So maybe you can use a washroom. But the main idea is the guest is basically a guest is a person that has less privileges within the environment. So this is exactly why they call him a guest user. A guest user will always have less privileges than a normal user. So this is why in Active Directory you can create a normal Active Directory user or a guest user. So guest user has normal limited privileges. Very good, Nadeem. It is a limited privileges. Guys, please keep writing in the chat window so that we can be more and more interactive. And Naveed used to write a lot of things in the chat window. I would love to see your own definitions of all these, whatever I'm writing here. So you can always write here. You can write in your notes, whatever can make you interactive, everyone. So we have Active Directory, a list of users. So list of users, and then we have RBAC, type of access. What type of access do we need to provide, and what type of access do we need to provide? And very good, Omer, excellent, very good. You're making good notes here, and here you have guys. So B2B is just a guest access. B2C is a special access to your environment. B2C is a special access. So here I would say this is a special access to your environment, meaning B2C you can think of. So we are taking a very simple hypothetical example. So the example is house example, right? So in a house, you're a normal member of the house. You have full privileges in the house, right? As a guest, you're only sitting for maybe 2 hours and you will leave. What is a B2C in that house, guide? B2C in the house is plumber. Is plumber, or maybe a electrician that comes to your house and does the work. Maybe he needs to that person is doing some extended work too. Maybe that electrician needs to be there for 2 months, and you're making that house. So B2C is that special type of access to your environment for those people that need special access in your house, and they need to work in that house. So that's the thing. That's what is known as B2C. B2C, remember, special type of access, a partner organization. B2B is a guest type of access, and a normal Active Directory user has more access. Very good. So these are three different type of users within your environment. Other than that, there is conditional access. Conditional access is basically you are basically restricting people how they connect to your Active Directory. So for example, even normal user, guest user, or B2C, all three of them, we can place a condition saying that these all can only log in from US. If any one of them goes out of US, then they cannot log in. So that is what is known as conditional access. Conditional access is based on location or device. You can also say that if the users are not using iPad, then they cannot connect. The only way they can connect to your Azure environment is through iPad. So you can restrict them. So conditional access is basically a restriction against location and the device. So that's what conditional access is. So that's what conditional access, always remember, it is based on location and the type of device they are using. So that's what's conditional. Then we have identity protection. We have privileged identity protection. These are basically backend services that protect the user and their access. Then we have AD Connect. AD Connect, I will include that in the assignment that you will have to do within the tenancy, multi-tenancy. But basically, if you're not able to do AD Connect, it's fine. If you're able to do AD Connect, it's excellent, because in Office 365 we will be using AD Connect. But I will put it as a optional within this main assignment, that you need to connect to AD Connect. AD Connect is a service that basically sync all of the users from your on-premises Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. So Mansoor is saying that will you show us in the lab? Mansoor, your question is about B2C or B2B, or what, the location? Or yes, I will be showing you these services where we can set them up.
Sir,
But yes, go
sir,
ahead.
a gentle reminder, sir. The last class, you were unable to upload it, sir. So it was very difficult to revise everything, sir.
uh, Really? I haven't
Yes,
uploaded that. I'm
that yes,
really,
that
yes.
1 hour class of AD,
Okay,
10
I'm
and 10.
I'm really sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Please. I mean, I don't mind you reminding me. Please remind me if I haven't uploaded. That last week was really crazy with the migration. At the end of this, if you can remind me, I'll share with you what happens in the migration. Migration is like a war. It's like a war. You have to be really vigilant. Services are going down and up, and you need to fix them, and you're kind of working 16 hours straight. So yeah, because of that. And then there are after effects of the migration too. So once the migration is done, the whole week you will keep cleaning the environment, your existing environment, the new environment, the new I mean, okay, so maybe I can choose that example of marriage. When you are married, yeah, marriage is like migration, is it?
I am failing migrating one VM.
Okay.
Brother
Uh,
Adnan, I'm
yes.
failing to in migrating just one VM from my VMware to Azure. Getting me key vault operation failed.
Oh, wow.
Con-
Okay.
Configured manage storage account key vault storage account failed with error. Key vault service doesn't have proper permissions to access the storage account.
And how are you migrating it? Oh, you're using the migration service.
Yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, can I
So
ask you a very simple question?
yes, please go ahead. Please go
It,
ahead.
it would like uh, so in the migration which you are doing in the office, like would you explain a little bit what kind of migration is that? Is the migration from on premises of all the VMs to the cloud, or uh, I have no idea, so that's why I'm asking that
Yes,
question.
yes. Migration simply means that moving any service into the cloud. So that's what migration is. So migration is you're moving physical servers, converting them to VM. So definitely in the real environment, you have physical servers. So this is a physical server, and physical server, first of all, we convert it into a VM and virtual machine into a folder and then move it into a cloud. So this is what is known as migration. And when we move a VM, so this is not only moving a VM. So you're moving VMs, you're moving databases, you're moving websites. So you're moving all these things together and you're converting them to the right Azure resources and in the right place with the right security, with the right networking, so that these users, the end users who used to connect to this through to the physical server, now they are connecting to cloud. So they shouldn't have any error messages when they connect after the migration is done. So since you asked a question, what is basically migration? Migration is moving all the services from the physical environment to Azure environment.
Thank
Okay.
you.
But Adnan, will you be able to help me after the class about this vault error?
Uh, okay, so okay, sure. For one VM and Azure Migrate, it might be really tedious to do that. I can give you some simpler ways to do just moving one VM to
Okay,
the environment. Okay. Okay, sure,
okay, okay.
sure. Okay. So guys,
Thank you.
so from this slide, what have we learned? Number one, Azure Resource Manager is the topmost authority for security. So ARM is the topmost Azure's authority. Basically, everything works under ARM. Even the resource group is under ARM. And the second one is Azure, so Active Directory. Second one is Active Directory. So let me write it here. So within security, if you can understand in this manner that Azure security, that Active Directory, which is Azure Active Directory is basically of three types. Active Directory is of three types. So Active Directory, so if I say Active Directory is of three types. So Active Directory is of three types. Active Directory, so a very basic definition of what is Active Directory. Active Directory is nothing but a list of users. So this is a list of users. It has a list of users. So this is a directory where your all users are. So there is Ali in this. There is Dave in your environment. We have Ellen in your environment. So these are people. So Active Directory is nothing but a list of users that needs access to different resources. So basically, you have VM number one, you have VM number two. So this is VM number two. What are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand Active Directory, and then we'll apply that in the lab. So basically, you have two VMs. Ali needs to have full access to the VM. So full access. So I'm going to say this is full access. And Dave needs to have read-only access to this VM. And then Ellen needs a full access to this other VM. right? So Active Directory, first of all, is just a list of users, and then we can assign permissions to these different resources. That's what the main purpose of Active Directory is. Now, where is AAA in this? Where is AAA in this? So AAA is basically right here. AAA will be considered as, first of all, you need to have a list, and then when the user logs into the network, this is known as authentication. So first of all, authentication happens. First of all, authentication happens with S. Auth S is authentication. And the second one is basically authorization. Authorization is that what type of access Ali has. Ali has full access, Dave has read-only access. This is known as authorization. So authorization with Z. So we call it auth S is authentication, auth Z is authorization. And then auditing is the last one, auditing is the last one that when it just to monitor that if when Ali logged in and when Dave logged in, what are the operations done completed by Dave and what are the operations completed by Ali. So auditing is there. So authentication, authorization, and auditing, this is what Active Directory. Now Active Directory is of basically three types. One type of Active Directory is on-premises Active Directory. So on-prem Active Directory, on-prem Active Directory, on-prem AD, that Active Directory, that list of user exists in your physical data center. This exists in your physical data center. So in physical data center, basically we have a server 2016, and within server 2016, we install Active Directory. So we install Active Directory, and then what is Active Directory? Nothing but a list of username and passwords. So this is on-prem Active Directory. This is one type of Active Directory. Second type of Active Directory is Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory, just like the name, it is sitting in Azure. It is exactly like this Active Directory, which is just usernames and passwords. Here we don't manage a domain controller. Here we don't manage a domain. Here you do need to manage a server, and then you can manage the list of users. But in Azure Active Directory, basically we just manage users and their access. You don't need to manage any infrastructure. So basically Azure Active Directory is a PaaS implementation, whereas this is just a physical. But if in case you do need a domain controller in Azure, then we can use a third type of Active Directory, which is known as AADS. So Azure Active Directory Domain Services. Azure ADDS. So Azure ADDS is a third type of Active Directory in which we can create a domain controller that can sync everything with the on-premises AD. So that can work as a domain controller within your Active Directory environment. So, but basically all three of these Active Directories are nothing but list of users. So here, this is a list of users that has access to your environment. So these are all your users. And here, this is also a list of users here within Azure, which is this list of users that can access Azure resources. And then Azure Active Directory Domain Services is the one that can connect to your on-premises Active Directory, the Cloud Active Directory to local Active Directory. So basically, it is also a list of users who can access resources. Now, why are we understanding this, everyone? Why are we understanding this? Because guys, you have now three lists of users that can have access to on-prem resources and also cloud resources. So here on-prem, you have printers that people need to access. Here you have servers that people need to access. Here you have internet, and same thing goes here. You have VMs here people need to access. You have app services that people need to access. You have subnets that people need to access. So how do you combine all these three lists and make one list? So in order to combine all these three lists of users, we use a service called AD Connect. AD Connect is basically a service, which is this one right here. AD Connect is the service that connects all these lists together and make it one list, so that now all the users sitting in this list will have, you can assign them different type of resources.
Adnan bhai,
Yes, please go ahead.
how common is the implementation of third type of Active Directory, Azure ADDS?
It's not very common. It's not very common. So ADDS is only used in emergency purposes, or probably in where basically it is getting you're not able to get everything from Azure AD and on-prem AD. Azure ADDS is only used when it is required. Basically, we follow as architects in any organization. We follow a rule of keep it simple and stupid, or keep it simple and okay. That fourth word is stupid. So keep. So this is a KISS concept. So in order to follow that, keep it simple analogy, we shouldn't be installing this Active Directory. Going back to your question, how common this is, I would say it's very rare. It's rare.
Yeah.
So just need to
Shahul, very good.
enhance. No,
Stupid and simple. Yeah, simple. I wanted to have a simple word. Very good. Thank you. Yes, go
so
ahead, Faz.
what's the main difference between Active Directory of Azure Active Directory, and Active Directory domain services? Like in Azure Active Directory, there is no domain services. Then
Uh,
how?
okay, so what happens is Azure Active Directory is a complete PaaS implementation, meaning that you don't have to manage any server. All you need to do is go to Active Directory and start managing. And I will just log in into the Active Directory. So once you log into the subscription, we all know you just clicked on Azure AD, and that gives you a complete portal where you can start using all these services, right? So, but you don't see any domain controller in VMs. So if you go to the VM, you won't find any domain controller. So that's what Azure AD is. But sometimes in some cases where you would need a domain controller to manage permissions inside the cloud, then we use ADDS services. So if you need a domain controller, just like on on-prem domain controller, if you need to connect a domain controller to the on-prem domain controller, then you need ADDS. Otherwise, it's not required. So most of the places you won't find it.
When I was trying this Windows Virtual Desktop, I was not able to add multiple session Windows 10 machine, any of the domains. So I have to install ADDS, and then it worked.
One more time, can you repeat what you did? What did you do?
When I was trying this Windows Virtual Desktop, I was
Oh,
not able
Windows.
to.
Yeah.
In that, I had to install ADDS, and only it
Yes,
worked.
yes, for sure. With WVD, this is a special circumstances. I mean, WVD, which is Windows Virtual Desktop, is not used in all organization. So some services requires this to be added. Okay, but even with WVD, you can do it without the ADDS services. It can work with the backend services too, Active Directory. Okay.
How?
Okay, but this is a special circumstances. So guys, at the moment, at this point where we are trying to become Azure admin, what I want you to focus only on-prem AD and Azure AD. Here, just remember this as a concept. Okay.
But Brother Dan, just give me an idea, like how we can on the back end without ADDS, how can we work with WVD?
Shakil, come on, man. This WVD itself is a huge, big concept. So we can discuss. I mean, this is totally separate, everyone. This is like Citrix implementation. This is like
No, just in 2 or 3 sentences, just because it has that the machine has to be added to the domain, and it was not getting added to any of the domains. It was failing unless I put ADDS. So I mean, in other way, how can we do it? Just give me. Then later we can discuss.
WVD. It should be able to use. It should. So, uh, okay. What happens is that in Active Directory you can create multi-tenants. Okay, so you
Okay.
can create a new tenant, and then once you add WVD services, you can connect it to a tenant. When you connect it to a tenant, it can connect to that directory services.
So in that tenant, you will be having directory services then.
Yes. So directory services will be in that tenant, and WVD will be able to connect to that. Okay.
Okay. So, but we need to have a ADDS somewhere, right?
Yes. Whenever you have a directory, it will have Active Directory in the background. So Azure Active Directory, not Azure ADDS.
Oh, but
Okay.
I have Active Directory. Still, it didn't work. I have Active Directory.
Okay. Okay, okay, okay. In here, just a second here. So AD, what are we looking for? Um, So here, using it can all user to do and sign in with the Azure AD credentials, and they can work. Yes, it can work. So use Azure AD with the Azure AD only. So yes, right here. Shakil, uh, we can talk about this later, but I am sure it
Okay.
can work without ADDS as well.
Okay. I failed. Actually, it was failing for
So,
me,
so
so I
look
had
at
to.
this.
But
I
anyway, we
know
can try.
there is an option to use ADDS domain services. So this is an
Uh,
option to use as an ADDS within Microsoft documentation. But ideally, you should be using Azure AD, not Azure AD domain services. Just like I said, the domain services will only add more complexity in your environment. So for that reason, companies avoid going into that direction, and not only complexity, remember this comment, not only complexity, it will add to the cost as well, because ADDS is not a free service, it is an expensive, whereas Azure AD is a free service. So this is a free
mhm.
service, this is a costly, this is a paid service. So this is why many companies would avoid going that direction if they are able to do this everything in this. So it's not only the complexity, it is also for the for cost purposes as well. Okay, so guys, in terms of security in Azure, the topmost authority is Active Directory. We create users in Active Directory. We create guest user in Active Directory. We can create a special user in Active Directory as well. B2C is just like a electrician or plumber working in your house. And then we have governance services. So when you have securities, when you assign security everyone, then we can create Azure policies. We can create security policies. We can create Azure policies are basically where you can set up like password policy. Password has to be password has to be, password has to be what? Password has to be complex. It cannot be a simple password. It has 18 characters. And also these are security policies. And I'll show you where this, you can also lock resources within your Active Directory. So we can see governance. I'll show you one once I am in Active Directory. Okay. So, and the next one here is what we need to remember, which is right here. Keep. Okay. Um, okay. So this is, I accidentally stopped it, but I just wanted to show you everything and going back there. Sorry about that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's right here. Okay. So yeah. So guys, just like we are talking about security, everyone, we are talking about security. So we spoke about, we discussed about Active Directory as a user. We connect to Active Directory, then we add permission to the user so that user can access a VM. This is what RBAC is. RBAC is the security. We provide full access. This is full access. We provide full access to the user, to the VM for this user. Then we have policies, just like a password policy, meaning password complexity and different type of policies here. Then we have security policies, we have guest security configuration. I'll show these settings within the Azure environment. Then we have network security. So since this is a security chapter, then within network security, we already discussed about DDoS services, which is distribution or denial service. Then we have Azure firewall, we have resource firewalls, we have NSGs, we have ASGs. Then we have service endpoint policies, we have remote access management. Guys, being an admin, yes, you do need to have a bit of a concept of all these, but on your fingertips, everything that we have discussed in within the lab that you're making, and everything that you are making, everything that that we understood within the lecture, that is very, very important. There are some services that you just need to know a little bit of a concept, but from here, the networking security, DDoS should be very clear to to you. Azure firewall should be very clear to you. Resource firewalls are there too. I mean, you can create multiple firewalls in your environment. And then NSG should be crystal clear to you, and ASG should be crystal clear to you. These are just simple firewalls that I think in the assignment, you cannot even complete the assignment without setting up the NSG within your environment. Then you have service endpoint policies. There are service endpoint policies, some additional policies that basically control the security of service endpoints, meaning from app service. From app service, you need a connection directly to from app service, you need a connection directly to a storage account. When you can, so this is known as service endpoint. Service endpoint meaning that it is connecting service, app service is connecting to storage account is connecting to VM. This is known as endpoint services. So there are securities around these endpoint services, and mostly the security of these is using a key. So key we will discuss shortly within this chapter. And then you have remote access management. Remote access management is just the RDP access. So this is when you open port 3389 on an NSG. Basically, you're providing a remote access management for the VM. And just like that, you have storage security as well. In terms of storage security, you have storage firewall. Then you have access keys and SAS key within the storage. You have Azure directory, Active Directory integration. You have storage encryption. So first of all, encryption. So disk, when you create anything in Azure, so what is a storage? First of all, storage is nothing but a disk. So you are creating a disk in storage. And when you create a disk in Azure, what type of services you are working with? You're working with a blob service. You're working with a queue service. You're working with a file share. You're working with the third one was tables, right? So third one was table. Guys, you're working with this. Now think of these services in terms of security. So in terms of security, in order to access blob, so the most common way of accessing these are the access list. So remember, the access list is basically the access list is that if the blob can be read only, or if the blob is writable. So you go to change it to anonymous access, and then those access. So that is basically the storage firewall. The storage firewall is that basically when you connect to a blob, should it be a read only access? And remember that the first time when you uploaded an image in blob, you were not able to see that image unless you go to the blob and you change the security level to container type of access or blob access. Then you were able to see the image. So that is basically storage firewall. You control it from there. And then you can also access these all services through keys and SAS keys. And today we will be discussing the SAS key and key within the key vault. Once we work with the key vault, I'll show you that where the keys are. Key is basically when you create a blob. So let's say I create a blob. So what is a blob? First of all, blob is part of the disk. So this is the disk that you created, which is basically a storage account. And within the storage account, you created a blob. So you created basically a folder, and that folder will have images for your organization. So this is image 1. And this is secondly image 2. In order to access this image, you need to have access. Now you can also lock them up with keys. So key is basically a logical security on your image. So I can have a key encryption key on this. And what is a key? Key is basically a huge big number that is basically protecting this key. So this is 1 2 3 4 ABC XYZ and 4 5 6. So this is a key is a huge big number that is protecting this image. So this image is being protected by just a simple access, which is maybe anonymous access or maybe a full access. But this other image is protected with a key. So when the image is protected with a key, this image can only be opened by a person who will own this key. So basically, these are those special documents that we keep in the storage that we connect. We basically store them with key, and you will then send that key to that person, and that person will use the key and see the image or see the document, open the document and all. So key is, so these are the two types of security that we need to remember within storage or within VMs as well, which is basically number one, a normal access, full access, read-only access, anonymous access. Number two, key level access. So access key and SAS keys. SAS key is a specific key for a specific resource. So this is a specific key to a resource, and access key is a master key. So now when it comes to key, there are two types of keys there. Guys, I know that so access key and SAS key. What is the difference between access key and SAS key? So guys, this is a very important question. There could be an interview question as well. But so remember access key. Access key, always remember, is a master key. So you can remember as a master key. Let's say it's a huge big house and it has 50 rooms, or maybe it's and in most of the time in hotels, motels, there is one master key, or nowadays they use you know, those smart cards, and that smart card is act as a master key, and that smart card can open all of the rooms. So what is the difference between a SAS key and an access key? So guys, access key, always remember that it's the master key. With this master key, everything within that storage account can be open. So if you provide a developer, most of the time we need to provide these keys to the developer. So keys are mostly used by, guys, always remember, these are used by developers. Normally we don't use these keys for normal access. These are used by developers who are developing application, and keys are used from within the application. So they are making an application, and that application needs to have access to a storage account. Then they would use a key instead of a normal permission. So most of the time these keys are not used in normal. We don't use these keys to log into to basically open a resource. Keys are mostly used by programs, by developers. So if you provide an access key for that storage account to a developer, meaning that developer can have full access within your storage account. But if you need to provide that developer with only a special part of the storage, let's say this is your storage account, and within storage account you have blob number 1, you have blob number 2, and this developer need to only have access to blob number 2, then instead of providing him the access key, you will provide him a SAS key. So SAS key will be a specific access only to this blob instead of a complete access. So basically SAS key is a room key. So it's only belongs to that room, whereas access key is a master key for everything. So yes, Shahul, this is a shared access signature. I mean, I'm just giving you a high level, but yes, SAS stands for shared access signature. But guys, for interviews and everything, remember this analogy that access key is a master key for the complete storage account, whereas SAS key is just a specific key to a specific resource. So SAS key, whenever you create, and then you can also, with a SAS key, you can also add some restrictions too. So for example, I can create a SAS key and say this SAS key can only be accessed between 9 to 5, and it cannot be accessed between 9 to 5. First restriction is this. Second restriction you can also impose that that this SAS key only has a edit access. It cannot have it does not have full access. So it has only edit access for this key. So SAS key can be customized into a very restrictive key that only a restrictive operations can be done. But in general, just remember the difference between a access key and a SAS key. SAS key is a specific room key. So you go to a hotel, you will be provided a room key. That room key only works in that room and not other rooms. Whereas there are some service staff they need to have a full access key for that environment. So access key and SAS key. So, and also one thing about encryption, guys, encryption nowadays, it's a huge, big, important thing that we need to understand, that when you create a storage account, the most important question that most of the clients ask Microsoft. So clients, when they're about to move their disks or they're about to move their storage into Azure, they ask this question. They ask this question to Microsoft, that are the disks encrypted? Guys, are the disks encrypted? Because in their own environment, the disk is already encrypted. So the word is encrypt. Encrypt. So guys, encrypt is it is basically, most of you already know what encrypt is. Encrypt is basically a concept in which you basically protect your key, protect your complete disk, and that disk can only be opened by you and no one else. And once you encrypt your disk, guys, there is nothing in this world that can open that disk. I mean, if you lose that key to open the disk, so when you encrypt a disk, it will definitely give you a key, which is basically a password. Can you encrypt a disk on a Windows machine? Yes, you can encrypt a disk, your own disk in your Windows server. So just going to, let me just show you here. You can encrypt your disk, and let me bring it here just a second. So if you open everyone your Windows Explorer, so if you open everyone your Windows Explorer and right click on the disk. So right click on the disk, you can encrypt it. So let's say if I right click here and on E drive, and then I go to properties, and then I can go where do I go to tools, and this is error check. Okay, no, it's here. Right click and turn on BitLocker. Turn on BitLocker, yes. So this is basically an encryption. If I turn this on now, what happens is it will take like maybe few hours based on the how big the disk is. It will completely encrypt this disk. Encrypting disk meaning it will also give me a password at the end, or it will generate a password right in the beginning, and you need to keep that password. But the problem with this encryption is that if you lose that password, no one can decrypt the disk without this. I mean, there are no tools even that can decrypt the disk. Maybe there might be for sensitive organizations. Companies might have to spend thousands of dollars in order to decrypt if they lose the key. So that is how encryption is. Encryption will completely can it be, so Naveed is asking a question, can it be decrypted? Decrypted meaning meaning with the key, if you have a password, you can always decrypt it. I mean, you can disable even BitLocker. So you can enable BitLocker for maybe few days, and then you want to decrypt it and you want to remove encryption. Yes, you can do that as long as you have the password. So guys, the important question here is storage encryption. Storage encryption. So you're most welcome, Naveed. So storage encryption, guys, always remember everything in storage account is already encrypted. So just remember that everything that we store in this, everything is already encrypted. So this is already encrypted. I mean, you don't need to have any other encryption, a third-party encryption for storage account. It's already encrypted. Number one, it is already protected, meaning all the data that you store in storage account is already encrypted. But what you need to remember is that when you move this data out of this and move it into on premises, let's say you're moving that data out, blob data, and moving it outside to another computer in a disk, then this complete road is not encrypted. This complete connection is not encrypted. So if you don't encrypt the connection, and once it is moved here, so you moved a file from here, so file number one is moved from the storage account, which is it is encrypted, and you're copying it on your local disk, then the disk is not encrypted. So this is where the unprotected, it is unprotected. So the companies are more concerned about in cloud it is encrypted, but when you move it out, how do you encrypt that? So guys, you can encrypt your on-premises data with BitLocker or the type of services. I mean, there are many encryption services available. A default service that Microsoft provides is called a BitLocker. So BitLocker provides encryption. Zishan asked a question, encrypted data concept is also the same, encrypted data concept is also same concept. Encrypted. Yeah, it's the same thing. When we encrypt a disk, it means that it has a encrypted data. Yes. So encrypted data or encrypted everything, it is always the same. It's just that all the data is protected. So so from this discussion, guys, we need to remember that in storage account, everything is by default encrypted. It is already protected. But when you're moving data out, you need to have your own encryption in your own premises environment. And also you need to encrypt the connection as well. So most of the time, if this is a VPN connection, VPN is automatically encrypted connection. So VPN is automatically encrypted connection. So now why am I talking about, guys, encryption in storage account, in on premises, and in the way, because the data is the most important part in your organization. So guys, when it comes to security of the data, we need to remember that you need to have security encryption in your cloud, which is by default there. Then you need to also provide security to the complete connection. So complete connection needs to be protected as well. If it is VPN, then it is all encrypted. And the third is you also need to provide encryption within your on premises environment as well. So interview question is that what do you know about storage encryption in Azure? So your answer will be that all the data in Azure, everything is by default encrypted. So this is not a problem. But the connection, when you need to move that data across different clouds, then you need to encrypt the connection as well. So this connection needs to be encrypted. If you already have site-to-site VPN, if you already have site-to-site VPN, then everything is automatically encrypted. And the next part is that when you move the data elsewhere to another cloud, or maybe to your physical computer, then there you need to use BitLocker. BitLocker provides that encryption, because guys, nowadays data is everything. Data is, without data, no cloud exists, no IT exists, no jobs exist. So basically, it's all about data. And data is at the moment there is more data than there are people in this world. Yeah, for sure, there is more data than there are people in this world. But guys, this data is going to be 400 times more in next 10 to 15 years. Okay, maybe in lesser time. So 400 times more, meaning that you need more security, you need more storage, you need more cloud services. So that data is going to explode, and this data and this is where the everything is moving to. So guys, in terms of
Sir, can
security,
I ask you a question
yes, please
regarding
go ahead. Please go ahead.
so what you have said that it's going to quadruple in the next 10 to 15 years. So that means the database administrators and database developers, they must be in need for Azure Cloud, Microsoft Cloud in the data centers.
Yes, data. I mean, I'm not talking about just DBAs. Data as being everything in data. So data meaning, so when I talk about data, data meaning hospital patient data, airport travelers data, telecom companies have consumers data, their customers and everything. So that is also known as data. And when it comes to the data management, that requires VMs to be there, that requires app services to be there, that requires databases to be there. So yes, not only DBAs will be in requirement, also the cloud architects or cloud admins will be in requirement too. So that's what I mean by data. Data means everything. Yes. So yes, there are many different examples. Umar is saying big data and cell phone data, and Shaul is saying shopping data, eBay, Amazon, everything, and then GPS data. Yes, so data is everything, and it is going to explode. And so from this discussion, we need to remember that encryption is a very important part of any cloud technology. And in cloud, everything is encrypted. So thumb rule, remember, in Azure, in AWS, in GCP, everything is encrypted. If it would have not been encrypted, guys, companies won't move their data into cloud. So the very first thing they did, they spent billions of dollars in making the data center, number one. And secondly, they also invested billions of dollars in security, in providing security to these environments. And encryption is the topmost security that is provided. Guys, then we have, so we discussed about Active Directory, we
Sir,
discussed about quick policies.
I
Yes,
need
go
to.
ahead, please. Yes,
So
go ahead.
encryption, it's same like a security. We can use this word security also for on like on encryption? Like encryption and security, is it same?
Yes, yes. And actually, no. Security means, so yes, it's a good question. What is the difference between security and encryption? So basically, encryption, security is basically in terms of what type of access you have on that VM. So do you have read access? Do you have full access on that resource, full access, or do you have full access on that resource, or maybe a contributor access within the resource, right? So this is known as security, what type of access, but encryption means that it is all protected. So this is all protected inside a safe. So if you compare that to the real life is a person entering into the building needs to scan a card. That is known as security. But then when person needs to get the money, they need to get into the safe. Remember that in all the banks, they have that huge big safe. Inside the safe, they have the cash. So that safe is known as encryption. So where you keep everything that needs to be protected, but where the people are entering, so that's the security. That's the difference between just a security is read full access contributor, whereas encryption is always there by default, that to protect the data.
Can we
Can I
call
add something on this
secure?
regard?
Yes, go ahead, Faz.
Encryption is a way how we secure anything. Like encryption would be like 16-bit to 128-bit encryption. We hash a key and then we generate a number. That's how we encrypt something. That's how encryption is a procedure through which we can secure any data or anything.
Right, right. And yes, Faz can understand more because Faz has worked in the networking. He has, so mostly, guys, encryption is basically used more on the networking side than the system side. But since we are in cloud now, we have to apply encryptions too. So this is a very good definition. It's a huge big number that is a hash value of your complete storage. And so that's why it is difficult to decrypt if you don't have the password. Okay. So guys, the next thing is host security. So we talked about Active Directory, user security, governance, the policy, the password policies and all. And then we discussed about networking security. We talked about storage security. We talked about encryption. We talked about SAS key and access key. SAS is a specific key. SAS access key is a master key. Then we have host security. Host, we have VM endpoint protection, and we have update management solution or data encryption. Disk encryption, basically host security is also same thing as disk encryption. Host simply means that the servers that are hosting the virtual machines. So guys, within Azure, Azure is nothing but a cloud service. A cloud is nothing but a huge big physical data center. Remember that from the beginning we learned that this Azure cloud is nothing but a huge big data center. And in that data center, there are physical servers. There are physical servers, many physical servers, and that physical servers host our VM. So when I create a VM in Azure, basically it is created in the host. So this host security is basically in regards to these physical servers. So on physical servers, there are all these different type of security. The most significant one is Azure Disk Encryption. So that will encrypt the data. Then we have data security for databases. For databases, we have SQL data, database advanced data security. Then we have always encrypted. So this is all encrypted right here within the databases. Just like, guys, again, going back to our thumb rule, the thumb rule is in cloud, everything is by default encrypted. So by default, all the databases are encrypted. All the databases are providing basic encryption and encryption in transit and rest. So encryption in transit and rest, meaning that when the data is at rest, it is all encrypted. Thumb rule, always remember our thumb rule that everything in cloud is all encrypted. So this cloud is all encrypted, meaning VMs are encrypted, storage account is encrypted, databases are encrypted, everything is encrypted, and it's all protected. What is in transit and at rest? So going back to the previous line, this data, when the data is sitting in the storage account, it is known as at rest. When the data is being transmitted from one place to another, this is known as in transit. So when it is transmitting, it is known as in transit. So the interview question is that what do you know about the data in transit and at rest? So what is the meaning of data in transit and rest? So basically at rest meaning when the data is sitting in the cloud, it is at rest and it is all encrypted. But in transit, you need to make sure that you must have VPN. So if you have a VPN, which definitely most of the companies will have site-to-site VPN. So this is cloud and this is your organization. They will have either site-to-site VPN, or what is the other type of connection between the physical data center and the cloud? The question for you, what is the other type of connection other than site-to-site VPN?
Express route.
Express route. Very good. Okay, Dishan and Shal said point to site VPN. Point to site VPN, guys, this is just an internal connection, point to site. But in order to connect your physical data center to your cloud, there are only two types of connections, site to site VPN and express route, right? Express route is more expensive, whereas site-to-site VPN is less expensive, but it's a dedicated connection. Nurul asked a question: how can we copy and move data when it's encrypted, and do we need to decrypt it first and then move the copy? We can copy it without decrypting. Yes. So what happens is when you copy a data, it's a very good question. So how do you copy a data from one point to another? Now, when we copy a data from one storage account to another storage account, it is moving actually inside the storage. You don't need to decrypt or encrypt. Everything is basically everything is moved securely within the cloud. You don't need to encrypt or decrypt. But guys, when you are moving data from the storage account to on-premises data center, let's say you have a disk here and you're using Store Simple service. So remember Store Simple. Store Simple is a connection between physical data center and your storage account. When you're moving data, then the data will be basically decrypted here, basically encrypted. Data can be copied here as encrypted data. Everything will be copied here. But what happens is, since you are logged in, since I am logged in here with my owner, with my full privileges as a global admin. So guys, by the way, here, since we are here, the most powerful user in Azure Active Directory is known as a global admin. Always remember, global admin. And by default, as we create an account in in Azure, the first account that you create in Azure is automatically becomes a global admin. So global admin is a person that has full access to your environment. So just remember the word global admin. Now the question was, Nurul asked a question that do we need to decrypt the data? Do we need to encrypt it? So data can be copied as encrypted data. Data must be copied as encrypted data. So what happens is when the data leaves the storage account, it will be basically decrypted here, right here, and then it will be sent over the link. Now, why does the data need to be decrypted, guys? Because the encrypted data won't be able to move on to the normal network. So the normal network won't be able to understand unless, and this is where you do need encrypted connection right here. So we need to encrypt the line as well. I mean, if the data would have been copied encrypted, then what happens is, then you don't need to encrypt the line. Data is already encrypted. So as soon as it leaves the cloud, the data is decrypted. And as soon as it leaves the cloud, the data is right here. It's exactly like sometimes when you watch a movie and you're moving prisoners from one place to another, right? So moving prisoner from one place to another, what happens is that as soon as they leave the jail, everything is decrypted. So all the security, everything is gone. Now everything is inside this van. So this van needs to be encrypted. So then so exactly like that, when the data leaves, it is decrypted. And this is where you need to have VPN that will make sure the data is encrypted. And once it comes to your data center, it is all decrypted. It's all a normal text. So in here, in your physical data center, you need to make sure that once the data reached here, it will be encrypted again. So yes, it was a very, very good question, that what happens to the data when it is copied, when it leaves the encryption, just like a jail prisoner, it is decrypted. encrypted, you need to make sure that this is encrypted. If this is not encrypted, then anyone can intercept the data and then copy the data. Exactly like most of the time movies are made on this. The friends of that prisoner will come here, blast the car, and then they all run away and they live happily ever after. No, they cannot live happily ever after. But guys, exactly like that, the data will be decrypted. We need to make VPN, and then if the data will be, and you need to encrypt the data again. Okay. So guys, we're talking about data security. It was a very good question, Nurul. And then so talking about data security, so everything is in databases are encrypted. Yeah, we're going for a break. We're going for a break in 10 minutes. Yes, we're going for a break in 10 minutes. So guys, here we can also use, so all the types of data are encrypted as well, which is Cosmos DB, Data Lake Store, and then HD Insights. I mean, these are those extra services that are used for supporting large environment, Data Lake and HD Insight. These are services used with Data Factory. When you have a Data Factory, remember the word Data Factory? Anyone can remember what is Data Factory? I mean, do you remember a basic real life analogy that I gave you about Data Factory? Let's see if you can remember it.
Warehouse.
No, warehouses was something else. Remember, warehouse, you can store large amount of big data. But what is data factory? What happens in data factory? You put a raw material in and you make some product, right? So in data factory, basically it does ETL. It transforms data from one type of data to another type of data. That's what data factory is. So guys, always remember, always try to use real life examples. If you remember a real life example, everyone, then this technology is not difficult to understand. So
Say
always
again.
immediately,
Say again
so
that data factory.
yes, data factory is transform one type of data into another type of data. So for example, on this side, you have MySQL type of database, and you need to convert that to the SQL database. I mean, this is a different company and this is Microsoft. So they both have different type of databases. Or maybe on this side, you have MariaDB. MariaDB is another type of database. So basically in data factory, you convert this complete database and convert it into a SQL database. So it does, data factory does ETL. ETL means extract, transform, and load. So first it extracts the data, then it transforms the data, and then load it into the SQL, to the MS SQL. So that's what, this is why it is known as data factory. And HD Inside, which is Hadoop services and data lake services, these works with data factory. So don't need to focus on lake store and HD Insights, because these used with these, and they're not used in all the organizations, but these are the services that works with data factory. And then we have Key Vault as well. Guys, I mean, we are almost reached at the end of this discussion about security. Right after that, I know that you're all bored, you're all very tired. We'll take a quick break for a freshen up break, but right after that, we'll start working in the lab. Yay, in the lab. Yes. So so another thing that we need to understand about security is application security. Application security is protected with SSL or TSL certificate, or application security is also protected with Active Directory and other identity services management, and it is also secured with secure deployment code. Now, what is SSL and TSL certificate? Guys, SSL and TSL certificate is the one with which you bank with your banking website. I mean, we all have bank accounts, right? We all have bank accounts. We are in this training so that we can add some more cash in our bank account, right? We need to become a cloud admin, and as being a cloud admin, start earning $50 an hour to $70 an hour, or maybe starting with $45 an hour. Even with $45 an hour, you will make $9,000 a month, and so even $40 an hour is not bad. So guys, all that money that goes to the bank, and that bank basically is a TD bank, or it could be a Bank of Montreal Bank, or any bank, guys, these all banks are protected with SSL. And what is SSL? Basically, SSL is a certificate that encrypts the complete website. So that SSL and TSL both are type of certificates. So certificates that encrypt the complete website. That encrypt the complete website.
These certificates are controlled in Active Directory with certificate authority. Is it the same thing?
Certificates are controlled in Active Directory with certificate. No, no, no. So certificates are not controlled by Active Directory. Certificate are only controlled by certificate authority. So half of your question is the answer. All these certificates, this certificate that can encrypt this website so that I can go on to TD Bank and work with my make transaction, transfer money and add money, so that the hackers cannot look at my transaction, my password, my ATM card number. So that is all protected with SSL certificate. And these SSL certificate can be taken, you can buy these SSL certificates from CAs. CAs are certificate authority. And who are CAs? CAs are nowadays GoDaddy. GoDaddy is a CA. Microsoft is also a CA. Microsoft can also provide you certificate. Amazon AWS is a CA too. So they all provide different type of, they provide certificate, so that the only one purpose of SSL and TSL, guys, what is SSL and TSL? Both are certificate. This is advanced certificate, and this is just, I mean, just in general. There is a lot more detail about this, but you don't need to go in there. Even for me as a cloud architect, I don't need to go into this. What is SSL and CSL? Yes, you do need to understand what the concept is, because this will all be handled by security professionals, not by Azure admin or Azure architect. This will be handled by the security side.
Security socket layer is something like SSL, I believe.
Secure socket layer. Secure socket layer is SSL, and TSL is exactly like certificate, but TSL is mostly used on the connection side, on the networking side. So when you connect from right here, from your home to TD Bank, this is all protected with TSL. When you are on the website, this is all protected with SSL. So that's the difference. The website is protected with SSL. Your communication is protected with TSL. Basically, both are providing security. Okay, so here this is a security, and then okay, Omer logging in. Okay, the last one is monitoring. In the monitoring context, we have Azure Monitor and Security Center. Guys, Azure Monitor is a service that is attached to all the resources. It is connected to VM. Azure Monitor is connected to SA, and Azure Monitor is also connected to all the app services and everything. Whereas Security Center is a huge big panel where you can see overall security of your complete environment. It gives you a complete portal where it gives you security score of, let's say, 89 or 49, or maybe 32. What it does, Azure Security Center, it's a complete portal of your complete Azure services. It checks all these security on all different levels, and it will give you a score for your organization. So basically right here, Security Center is a complete portal, and Azure Monitor basically is just a monitoring service on all of the resources. So guys, with this, let's log into Azure Service, and we'll go for a break in just 5 minutes. So, but before going for a break, let's log into our Azure environment, and now jump into all these, see all these different services there. So let me know if you're logged in, everyone. Let me know if you're logged in. And first of all, before even that, let me know login. Type yes in the chat window so that I know how many people are attentive, how many people are able to connect to today's lecture. So I have okay. So we have Naveed, Dheeraj, Faz, Arshad. We have Zishan, Shahul, Nurul, and we have Salim.
Adnan bhai,
Yes, please go ahead.
Adnan bhai, I was attending your lecture, but in the middle of the attending it, I received a call from office, so I was on call support. So
Okay.
there is a production issue right now. So
Oh, okay.
I missed your lecture 30 minutes.
It's okay. It's all recorded. The good thing is it's all recorded.
Yeah,
So
so I will look
don't worry.
into detail. So
But
what are we going to do now?
yeah, we are going to see all the security things that we just discussed. So we are going
Okay,
to log in and we are going to work with Active Directory with the different ways that we can see the configuration and apply some security policies.
all right. So
Okay.
are we going to create groups right now or
Yes, yes,
later?
yes. No, 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 no. Today we'll be creating groups. We'll be assigning permissions. We'll be doing everything with in regards to the security, and we'll be creating a key vault as well and work with the keys too.
All right. Okay.
So
Okay.
you're leaving or you're
No,
still
no.
working or?
I'm right now. I'm connected with three different laptops, right?
Oh,
So
okay, okay,
yeah. So
okay,
three different machines. So I'm working. I don't want to miss this lab.
okay. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. So what we need to do, everyone, please log in. Okay, so I am logged into I'm logged into my Azure account. And when logging into the Azure account, we will be able to see what services you're working with. And and please let me know in the chat window how many of you are not able to complete the assignment one. How many of you not able to complete the assignment one? Just uh, not able to. So not able to complete the assignment one, meaning just say not, not, just say not, or maybe not able to complete and the reason. Assignment one, I'm not talking about assignment two. So meaning everyone was able to complete the assignment. Wow. Very good. So, okay. Okay. Yes. And second question, how many of you not able to complete assignment two? Okay. Assignment two. How many of you not able to complete the assignment two? Because I haven't received the document from everyone. Dheeraj is saying 80%, Dishan, no, Faz, not, Naveed, not, will complete this week before the next class. Okay, Mansoor, I haven't. Okay, very not good, very not good. I'm saying very good, very not good, guys. We need to spend time on this, guys. Today's lecture was important in a sense that if you can just hear the first half an hour again and again and again and again, that will prepare you for the interview, because we reviewed in detail all the previous services and also the security services. So just during the week, just listen to this. Okay, so guys, I'm going into Active Directory. Our first stop for security is Active Directory. And within Active Directory, we will be looking at different features. But before going into Active Directory, let's create just one VM and one storage account quickly. Let me see if I have anything. First of all, let's have a quick look at the bill. So I had a huge big bill because I forgot to disable or delete my resources last week. And let's see.
Did Microsoft refund you?
No, they won't, because I'm on MSDN subscription being so they provide me a $200 of credit every month for being a uh, Microsoft trainer. So, but since I forgot, I had a big bill of $60 here, but which is fine. But as a practice, everyone, as a practice, every time when you go here, just look at your bill as well. So just and sometimes this portal is sometimes it doesn't show you the right numbers, and sometimes it doesn't even show anything, just like it's not showing me the cost analysis. It's just giving me this option, and for that you just leave it for some time and then come back. It will give you So this is March, and if
So
I go back to
I just
30
want to
days.
add one thing.
Yes.
I just want to add one thing. While working on the assignment one, I had to make the VM, VNet, and then I have to delete them because it could take more time, and I have to do something else, and I have to come back and recreate. So is it? It's hassle, sir. So you have to recreate right from the scratch.
I,
Not
I I totally understand. I totally understand. But think of this as on a practice point of view. Think of that as a practice point of view. It's fine. So whenever you're working on Azure, just keep aside maybe 2-3 hours or 4 hours of your time. I mean, otherwise it will I mean, look on the bright side. The bright side is that you have a complete environment where you can test everything. I mean, think of that. If that option might have not been available, then where would you test, right? So on the bright side, that you have the option, but the only downside is that you need to sit for 2 or 3 or 4 hours there, but then this knowledge will all help you in the real environment, right? So for that reason, I would say just bear with this and complete all of the assignments. So I'm just not gonna, it's not showing me at the moment. So I'm gonna go out of this, and we are going to create a VM. So before going for a break, let's just create a VM, create a storage account, because we need to work with the keys and the key vault as well. So for now, I'm just creating a new VM with a new resource group. So we'll create a new resource group for today, and we're creating a new VM. So here, going down to our resource group, I'm going to create a new resource group called Net Plus, and this is day 9 and RG01. And the VM name is Net Plus Web VM 01. Web VM 01. So in my case, I'm going to select, I am going to select Australia East. And then availability, I don't need to select here. 2016 is fine. And 2 CPUs is fine as well. And I am going to provide a username and password. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And let me know in the chat window, guys, if you are able to, once you create a VM and once the storage account is created as well. Within the disk, I'm not going to change anything. Probably for the disk, I was charged more, so I'm going to change this to standard. And standard is fine too. And in networking, don't
What is
need
the OS you selected?
2016, just 2016.
And how many CPU did you select? One or two?
I went with the default B2S. I think this was B2S.
sir, can you go back to the disk, sir?
Right. So going back to the disk, just change it to standard HDD and nothing else. And here you can see this is the encryption type. So encryption type, it's saying encryption at rest with platform managed keys. So which means by default, it is encrypted. So the thumb rule, always remember, everything is encrypted in cloud. And in here, I just selected this, but that reminds me that I can also get 2 CPUs in some cheaper size as well. So let me just check, because maybe I might need to create another VM. So I'm going to go with DS1 underscore V2, which is a general purpose VM, and it is 1 CPU and 3.5. So I think I'm going to go with this,
Okay.
because I might need maybe 2 or 3 VMs more than this. So next, networking. In networking, nothing, we don't need to select anything. Just make sure that the port is available and it's public. Okay. And So monitoring, just default monitoring. We don't need anything extra within this. If I enable this, this will be advanced monitoring here. And then a system assigned managed identity, we are not using it. This is a type of account that is used as service account. So service account, if you are aware of service account in the real environment, service accounts are used to just for the service, not for the login. We don't need this at the moment. We don't need a auto shutdown, although I should have selected that in my VM. I should select that if I forget to delete this resource at the end, it should be automatically shut down at this point. And since I've selected a standard HDD, I won't be charged for this VM if it is shut down. So I can say here that instead of 7, it should be shut down at 4. My 4, yeah, 4, our class will be over. And also remember this is UTC, and UTC timing is different. Sometimes UTC time, for me UTC time there is a huge difference between Australian time and UTC. So remember that you need to select your own timing as well, so that it shuts down. I think there is a 8 hours difference. So let me just go there, and going down to, where is it? Sydney, 10 hours difference. So if I would have selected this 4 p.m., that would have been 10 hours off. So I would have been charged for that. So I've now selected the right timing with the right shutdown time and selected my VM. If you need to enable backup right from here, you can enable it. You can see that you can do that from there as well. You can also enable this, but these are all charged. And then you need to have automatic by OS. So you can select, this is all the updates will be done by Microsoft. You don't have to do anything. And in advanced, extension, if I need to install any extension, let's say what extension can I install, guys? Remember that one extension that is by default installed is the monitoring extension. So when you enable monitoring, for now it is not installed, but monitoring extension is a free extension that you can download. And here you have many different type of extensions as well. PowerShell extension, you have Azure Performance extension, you have Insight. So as soon as you enable these services, these extensions will be installed. So for example, let's look at anti-malware extension. If I go here and if I go, let's see if it charges me anything. I can look at these extension. To enable this extension, default configuration is this. And what I am interested in knowing that if this will be charged against, so let me see that if here it says anything about charging. It should not be. This is a default extension that you can have on your VM. So in this case, okay, so there is nothing about charges. I can go to a documentation, but I can create this. So install this extension on this VM.
Sir, in network, what have you selected?
Nothing.
In networking?
In network, nothing selected. Just make sure the public access is enabled.
Okay.
So when I am enabling this extension anti-malware is antivirus basically. So it is basically antivirus, and it's saying that is there anything you want to exclude from that antivirus? Any folders? So most of the time some database folders, some monitoring folder you might need to exclude, then you need to write them here. So it will be like a path, just like this one, if you need to exclude your system files from this. So it shouldn't enable. So for now here, you don't need to do anything. Everything will be protected with this. So I will click OK on this. So this extension is added, and you can always go back. Let's say if you are being charged, you can always go back and remove the extension as well. And in here, basically, this is a place where you can run any command with the VM, any command with the VM. So let's say you need to basically open a command prompt open a command prompt when the VM is installed. So I can type here CMD. So as soon as it runs, it will run this command and open a CMD in your console. And so basically, this is a startup script. So here you can run PowerShell statements or any other statements of that, and you can go into this and you can find some ready-made scripts that you can put into this. And most of the time, companies are using this to make sure that antiviruses are installed. So they run a script here and make sure that since this is a new VM, antivirus will be installed, backup agent will be installed, and monitoring agent will be installed. Everything will be installed automatically.
So
And
this is the place where we can place post deployment scripts, right?
Exactly. The post deployment scripts can all be here so that you don't have to install everything separately. Now here in the host of the VM, here it's for now this is not selected, but here you can select that if you need a dedicated host for this. What is a dedicated host? Dedicated host is, since this VM is a very important VM, and I don't want this VM to be sitting with other physical servers within the Microsoft data center. I need to have a dedicated physical server for this VM. You can select it from here, but you need to buy that service first. You need to buy a Azure dedicated host, then you will be able to select it. But when you are buying that dedicated host, you'll have to pay a fee for that. So here it's saying that allows you to provision and manage physical servers within the data center that are dedicated only for your subscription. Dedicated host gives you assurance that only VMs your subscription. So for now, we're not selecting anything. Here it's saying proximity of placement of groups, that let's say if you have a cluster and if you have dedicated host, which host this should be sitting on. Host number 1, host number 2, host number 3. So that is where you can select. If you have a dedicated host, you've bought that here you can select. Then the last one here is generation, that what type of generation you're selecting, generation 1 or generation 2. If you select generation 2, meaning it will have UEIF type of configuration. But if you have generation 1, which most of the time we go with, it will have BIOS type of configuration, meaning it is backward compatible as well. Then you have tag, then you can review, and you can just create a VM. And create one storage account as well, everyone. Just create a storage account before leaving, and then we're going for a break. So this is being created, and we are going back to storage account and going to the storage account, guys. So storage account is, I am going to create that storage account in the same subscription. So going to, sorry, in the same, I need to clean up these all resource groups as well. Having resource group won't charge anything. So storage account name is NetPlus SA01. And it will be a standard type of account, not a premium type of account. Normally, thumb rule, whenever we create a storage account, we always go with general purpose 2, V2, and we want to have LRS subscription. So this is not charged, but all the others are charged. So these are all charged. And if you can look back at the storage lecture, you will find that these are different type of high availability of the storage. So my question for you is, my question for all of you, if you can remember, that how many copies of each data is stored in Azure for every resource? Your three. Very good. So 3 copies. Excellent. So 3 copies of resources are stored within Azure. And there is something called managed disk and unmanaged disk. Can anyone have explanation of what is the difference between managed disk and unmanaged disk?
It works only with the managed disk, not with the unmanaged.
So what is a managed disk?
Managed disk are SSDs, they are faster. SSDs, and they are faster.
No.
Okay.
Managed disk works says unmanaged disk. So it's right here. So guys, next week we will have a full quiz of everything, whatever we have learned. So that will have this question as well. So guys, yes, go ahead.
So managed disk or block level storage volume.
You're all right. I mean, you're all saying that these are managed disk. Or yes, managed disk will always be a premium storage and it will be SSD. But the biggest difference between managed disk and unmanaged disk, I know, guys, I know that a lot of time has passed and we have learned so many things. We have learned that too. And so please do not think in your mind that, oh, we haven't learned that and I'm asking that question. No, guys, we have learned that too. I remember, because this is one of the important concept, and you just need to review your storage lecture. Okay, so but here I'm giving you what is the difference between managed disk and unmanaged disk. Guys, managed disk, always remember that Microsoft recommends to have a managed disk. So this is managed disk, meaning that if you select a managed disk while creating a VM or while creating a storage, while selecting a premium storage, your VM will always be a managed disk. Managed disk meaning Microsoft will make sure the 3 copies of the VM will be stored in 3 different storage physical storage units. So if one physical storage unit in the data center goes down, this VM is sitting in the other one as well. This VM has a 3rd copy in the 3rd physical storage unit, right? So this is called a managed disk. But in unmanaged disk, your VM might be sitting in one physical storage unit. So this is your responsibility. So Microsoft never recommends to go with unmanaged disk, but then you have a choice where you can select unmanaged disk when creating, basically this is part of the availability set. When you create availability set, it will ask you, do you want a managed disk or unmanaged disk? So just remember, the 3 copies will be automatically stored in 3 different physical storage units, whereas 1 copy will, where if you go with unmanaged, then you'll have to manage, you'll have to manually know that if 1 copy is sitting in one storage disk, then the other copy is sitting in the other, and the 3rd one is sitting in the other. Okay, thank you, Hassan, for remembering it. And Nurul saying, sir, please change your disk. Yes, very good, Nurul. I changed it. And let me just quickly create that, and then we'll take a quick break, guys. In the previous one, basic one, we just selected these options. We selected storage group, storage resource group. Then we provided a name. Then we selected standard, V2, LRS. And in the networking, we don't have to. We just need to have a public endpoint. Just remember that. Public endpoint needs to be here. Routing preferences is Microsoft routed network, which is this one. Internet routing. So basically, before this option was not here, Microsoft is providing this option. We'll just go with the default. Guys, another thumb rule, if you don't know about the service, keep it default, because everything default in Azure and all cloud is secure. But if you know, if you need to do something extra, you need to have more information about that.
Is there something to do with the permissions for something like Key Vault or anything?
In here not, but within the storage account properties, there is. Okay, so by default, remember, by default, guys, what is the big difference between an access key and a SAS key?
Access key is universal master key.
And SAS key?
SAS key is for the specific resources.
Okay, that's fine, Shakil, very good. And anyone else other than, what is a real world example of access key and SAS key?
Can you repeat your question,
right?
Okay, if I repeat my question, what is a real-time example that I gave you for the difference between access key and a SAS key?
For the hotels, right? When the service people have access to everything, and the people who belongs to the room, they have the key for their own room.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Granted to your local machine, and it's safe until the application or the data you have it.
Yes, that's a technical example. Yes.
So access key is usually given to developers.
Very good. Another remembering. Very good. It's given to a developer. Even the SAS key is given to our developers as well. But SAS
but it has restrictions like timing.
Exactly. Very
timing,
good.
location.
Also, we have got four disks. We only want to give one disk access to a particular person from what time to what time. And that's the example of a SAS key.
Yes, very good. But Faz, your voice was not clear, so please come to the closer to the mic. Okay. Okay, so everyone, when you're creating a storage account, so protection, turn on the point in time restore. We can anything that you select here, guys, it will be charged against your account. And then you can have a soft delete storage as well. You can turn off soft delete as well. Soft delete is when you delete something, you can restore it within 7 days or 30 days, depending on the policy. And here you have some other options. Tracking, I'm not going to select anything from here. I'm just going to select create this account. Here you have the security. Remember the security. So this is secure transfer enabled. So by default, it is all encrypted. It is there is SAS key. This is shared key access. It is enabled too. So there is a key enabled. Then minimum TLS encryption is 1.2. So by default, remember the thumb rule, everything is encrypted. So everything in the storage at rest is all encrypted here. And this blob has public access. If I disable it, then you won't be able to access that from your computer account, which remember that the storage account can be accessed using Azure Storage Explorer. So if I disable this, you won't be able to access that. Then there is a cool and hot storage. Cool is the storage. This is less frequently, infrequently accessed, and hot is more frequently accessed storage. Then do you want to enable data lake storage for large organizations for a huge amount of data? Then you have Azure file, large files access. I mean, you keep on enabling these services. It will, I mean, you will be charged for more services, but then these provisions are available. These provisions are available. And here I'm going to do go to tags and create this. Okay, so now we have created a storage account and a VM, everyone. I'm keep on saying break in 5 minutes, but I wanted to create an app service as well. Oh, what happened? It's somebody used the name that while I was explaining, somebody used this name. Thank you. So no, it's not nobody's fault. I'll just have to go back and recreate this. And okay. And in the meantime, can you create Azure? I mean, I'm just keep on pushing the break. Guys, can you create an app service? Create an app service too.
So can we go for the break because I didn't pray Asr
Yes,
and
sorry about that. Okay,
and Maghrib is in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, wow,
Please.
man, wow. So you should have just told. I mean, this is very important, guys. 10 minutes break. I'll create my storage account within 10 minutes. We'll start again.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So how do you change the replication once the storage account is created?
You can go into the storage account. Let me create a storage account. It should be there. It should be within the property. And
yes, I'm not able to find that actually.
You couldn't find that? Okay.
No.
Naveed, while I'm creating this, I'll give you 2 minutes. Just type it in Google and say, how do you change encryption? Let's see if you can find it first, or I can be there too. Okay, so let me just quickly go there. Guys, this Google search is so blessing, so blessing. You know, nowadays in meetings when we are on the meeting and people ask questions, I mean, specific to the technology. I mean, nobody knows everything, but they think that since we are architect, we know everything. But you just type it in Google, where do I find replication? And it takes you directly there, directly. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so
it's Google Peer.
yeah, it is. You know how much information. Maybe I'm just thinking that maybe there might be a Google.
Google, I'm sure Google Cloud services are pretty organized as well. You know, like I was just having a look at their nomenclature. It makes it's very nicely done.
It is. Many companies are moving into Google Cloud fast. But what I was thinking that maybe there might be Google can become a robot. Can maybe one day it's a Google robot everywhere, and they're more intelligent than us. They know everything about us.
Well, if you are using Google Home, you must have noticed it's already very intelligent.
Oh,
you know, like
wow.
You're managing everything from appliances to your lights to your everything is all automated, and you just need to tell Google, okay, wake me up half an hour before dawn, Like it'll wake you up for Fajr.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, you
So
can
what
automate
a
all that.
wonderful weather you have got, sir.
So,
Very deep.
Google is already very, it's leaps and bounds. Uh,
Yeah, that's
We were using Yahoo and Alta Vista, the search engines mostly.
well,
yeah.
Yahoo and Alta Vista are the foundation of search engines, but Google's taken it to the next level.
Yeah, they've taken, even Bing cannot compete with Google. I mean, you search in Bing and search in, I think Bing is maybe the only competitor at the moment that I see, but it is nowhere near Google.
Yes,
True.
exactly.
Sir,
Okay.
till which month the summer lasts in Australia? Because you people have a wonderful weather right now, 3 degree Celsius.
Okay, Faz. Faz, I have to say your voice is missing, and this is how this is how your voice is coming. Sir, how is the other and in Australia? So, Faz, we won't be able to understand. Just can you repeat your question, please? Oh, Faz, are you gone? Yeah, man, talk about weather. It's hot, really hot. Yeah, 30 nowadays. But it's like the weather is just the temperature is going down. At night it's cold. At night it's cold, but in the day it goes 30. Yeah, so winter is coming. It will be very, very cold, but not snowing, but it gets to like gets to gets to maybe minus 3, 4, 5, which is pleasant in Canada.
Okay, brother Adnan, you remember I was talking that when we create the web app, it doesn't give us option to select any VNet. It doesn't give us option to select any VNet.
Where?
When we are creating web app.
When you are creating web app, it doesn't give you option to select VNet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has its own VNet, and in order to connect to the VNet, you need to have a point-to-site VPN. So it
Okay.
has its own I mean, without a networking, how can it connect to other services, right?
I
So
understand, but it
yeah,
doesn't specify. It doesn't give us the option.
yeah. So there is no option because it's a PaaS service. Because we are supposed to work only on the website, on the business side of of this application, and infrastructure is all Microsoft responsibility. This is why we don't have option for the VNets.
Mm.
Okay.
So, but then how we will define the point to site? If we not see the VNet, then how we will define?
Point-to-site VPN will be in the storage account there. So it will be. So if I'm on the storage, guys, take a break, because you will be more
Okay, bye.
tired right after this.
Bye.
Yeah, just take a break, everyone. Freshen up, move around here and there, and then come back in 10 minutes. I'm gonna reset this because I have to take a break too. Okay. See you in 10 minutes, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break. And let's begin. Uh, okay. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present. And so what we need to do is, so what we need to do, everyone, we are, so first of all, today our focus is Active Directory. So far what we have, we'll go to all resources. I think after completing 2 assignments, you should be, I mean, you should be moving a bit fluently within this environment. So where I am going, so I'm looking at my environment here. And first of all, I'll group it by type. And by grouping it by type here, grouping it by type, here we can see that there is a disk, then interface. So this is a disk, this is a networking interface, this is network security group. Here, Network Watcher is a service that that monitors all of the basic, that provides basic basic monitoring to all of the resources. Within this, we have a public IP address for the VM. We have storage account, VM, and virtual network. Now in here, first of all, let's go into Active Directory. So our focus is Active Directory.
Sir, aren't we creating app service?
Um, I was thinking that I should get an app service. Okay, so let me quickly create an app service here. So within app service, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna directly go into app service. So when you go to app service, you can create app service plan within the app service as well, or you can separately create app service plan and then create an app service. So in here, I am just within few clicks, I'm gonna create app service. So create, select a proper resource group, guys. Always remember the resource group is a lifeline. Resource group is a lifeline for your organization. I mean, with this resource group, everything is connected to this resource group. And I will show you where to delete the resource group. You can delete a resource group and it will delete everything within your environment. I mean, not environment, within this resource group. So I'm gonna name this Net Plus Web App 0999. And it will be a code based and it will be Microsoft based. So it will be .NET. I'd say the latest one. So, I mean, who will give you this information? The developers or the software developers will be giving you this information. I'm going to keep that in Australia East where my other resources are. And within the plan, so there is no plan available. Is there a plan available? No. So it will create this plan with hundreds. So I'm going to go with the test dev. So I'm not good. I don't need anything professional from here. So in this case, so if I quickly look at this plan, what do I get with this plan? So I get with this plan, I get Azure Compute Units, I get memory, I get 50 GB of storage, I get SSL certificate, I do get auto scaling for up to 10 instances. I'm getting staging slots as well. Remember that in app services, you can create a production slot and a dev slot and a production 2 slots and all that. And I can also get daily backups as well. So for now, I'll just leave it as is, and I'll remember to make sure that I delete that at the end. Within monitoring, I'll go with the basic monitoring. So I'm not enabling application insight. Application insight is the advanced monitoring. I'm not selecting that at the moment. And tag and review. So this will create the app service, web app service. Now, once this is created, this is in deployment, and at the same time, I'm going to go back to home and go to Active Directory. Now, in Active Directory, first of all, we already know that there are 2 types of users, so we can see that. So first of all, within this here, this complete Azure implementation is known as one tenant. You're working as one tenant. I'm logged in as my user account, and I'm working as one tenant here. And if I go back to user, so in this, my tenancy information is right here. I don't have AD Connect enabled. So what is AD Connect, everyone? AD Connect is a service going, if you can refer back to the slide there, it's a service that connects on-premises AD to Azure AD. So for now, it is not enabled. I'll give you an assignment for this, and there is a video as well, but we will learn about this in Office 365. But if you can do it before Office 365, that will be excellent. So app service is created. So in this, I can create another tenant. I can go to new. I can preview some features as well. And we can get them a feedback too. Other than that, we can create accounts, we can create guest users, groups, enterprise application, app registration, identity protection, and policies, where we can have password policies. So first of all, let's go to users. So if I need to create a normal user with which I can log in. So guys, let's look at this. I mean, you all know how to create a user, but we need to know that which level you're assigning the resources. So for example, for now here, I am about to create a user called James. Okay, James is already there. Uh, Burnett. So I am creating a user called Burnett or Bernard, depending on where the name is pronounced. In Australia, they pronounce this as Burnett, UK Bernard. So anyways, Burnett. So here we can create a user. So I'm just creating a normal user, Burnett, and first name and last name. And then we will assign him the access. And then the main thing that I wanted to show you is that how do we assign access to this user? So I'm creating a normal user, and then Burnett, let's say Bernard James. So the last name, and this user will be, I'm providing him the password as well. So password is password1234. So just to remember. So password is provided. I can just make sure the password is password1234. For now, I'm not assigning him any users group. We don't have any groups here. Guys, we create different groups so that we can provide them different type of access. And in a moment, we'll create a group as well. But for now, I am going to give this user a role of, so there are many different roles, but the most significant role that we need to remember are the three main roles. There is a global admin. So if I go to global admin. So global admin and global reader. Global admin is the topmost administrator of Azure. If you make him a global admin, this user is exactly like my user. This user, I'm the root user. Most of the time, the user that you create the subscription with is known as a root user. Now, root user is we normally don't log in with the root user because root user has the most privileges. We create one and another account, and then we make that account as a global admin. So I'm going to make this user as a global admin. You can make a global reader as well. And then the third, so these are two accounts that are more significant to remember: global admin, global reader, or the contributor. So there is contributor role is basically based on the resources. What resource we select, we can select it right from there. So for now, I'm going to make him global admin. So the user is now global admin. And do we need to block sign in? No, we don't want to block him sign in, but you might be thinking that why do we need to block sign in? Guys, we can block sign in. Let's say the user is working, but user is leaving your organization. If that user is leaving your organization, instead of deleting, we can block sign in. So we can block their sign in. We can also restrict the user to log in from specific resource, from specific region as well. So user is only allowed to log in from Australia. So that is location specific policy. It will be part of location specific policy. So in this, if I don't restrict it, user will log in from anywhere in the world using his credential as a global admin in this subscription. So here we are saying we will give him a title global admin.
Sir, I have a quick question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So if this usage location, if we put, for example, Canada, and if the user is in, say, for example, in Australia, and he logs in through using like VPN, then will this deduct that they are using VPN or anything?
No. So
No.
when the user is, so without VPN, it will be restricted. But with
Yes.
VPN, it will be a private network. So it will be a private network to your organization. So it will be exactly like you're in Australia, you're in Canada. So for
Okay.
that reason, it won't be restricted. Good question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now here you can add a manager. So for example, for this user, I can add a manager as myself. So I am going to add as a root user that I am the manager, just so that people know when they look at the user profile, they will be able to find out that, okay, so this is the manager. You can add a manager right here and then create this user. So now once the user is created, so did I note down the username? No. I'll go back to the users and okay, so what's happening here? Okay, I went into the activity. So this is the activity log. So going back.
User was Bernard. Bernard.
Bernard.
Yeah, Bernard or Bernard. Yes, both are fine. You know, it was the first day when I joined this organization. So one of the username is Bernard, and he's the manager. And I said, Bernard, you sent an email, and the very first thing he said, it's Bernard. Oh, okay. The accent is so much different. Okay, so it's Bernard, and we call it Bernard. Okay. Anyways, guys, let's go here. Users. So this is the user, guys. In order to log in, remember that we need a full email address. So full this name. In order to, you cannot just log in without the complete name. So I'm gonna get Burnett, full copy of this, and now I'm going to open in private session, guys. So this is why am I showing you this, because you need to be working in different subscriptions, and this is how you can stay log in within one browser. If you can open another login in another browser, guys, what happens is if I log off from here, then I will lose everything here. I mean, I will be logged off from here, and then I have to log back in with Burnett, and then log off from Burnett and log in. So if you need to keep logged in within one subscription, all you need to do is to open another browser. Maybe this is working on Edge. You can open a Chrome. You can open a Chrome and log in from there. So for example, I can connect to Burnett from this other browser, or you can also go to this other. So in order to log in from there, I can go to portal.azure.com,
Can
and
we
from
use multiple tabs in Chrome with different accounts?
uh, no, you cannot. So
You
in
can use an incognito window, incognitivo or something.
incognito, which is this one. Okay.
Okay.
So if you need to log into two different accounts, then in Chrome or Edge, the only way is in the normal Chrome, you can log in with one account, and in Cognito mode, you can log into the other account. So, but in this case, I'm logged into with my root account on on Edge, and in Chrome, I'm logging in with Burnett. So I'm just gonna go down user account and copy his username, complete username, and next. So here I am going to provide the username and password and login. So now I am logged in to my tenancy. Okay, so password. Okay, so the first time user must change the password. So here I am going to provide a password, and here Microsoft is going to go on war with me that this account, this password is used too many times. So let's see that if it can accept password. Yeah, see, We've seen this password too many times. Okay, that's fine. So let me get a unique. Okay, so now I am logged in. So guys, this is how you can log into multiple accounts in different browser, and that's the same way you might need to log into the other tenancy as well. Okay, so now keep an eye on the user right here. So here you have Burnett with the global admin rights, and in here, maybe later, and in here I'll go to the VMs. Okay, so now logged in with global admin rights, uh, but but at this point, Burnett doesn't have access to any of the resources. So if I go to any resources, Burnett doesn't have any access. So meaning this is now authentication is done, but authorization is not done. Authorization means that what type of resources this user can have access to. So I'm going to keep it on this side. So now what I'm going to do is, now since Burnett is here, he's of global admin role. Okay, so now what I'm about to do is I'm about to give him resources on different levels. So before that, I need to bring a whiteboard so that we can understand. So in the meantime, guys, let me know in the chat window how many of you have created a second account and logged in with the second account. So Nurul is asking a question, sir, I'm not able to create new user. The new user option is grayed out. New user option is grayed out. New user option is grayed out because you might not be able to log in. Are you logged in with your root account with your, I mean, the topmost account or another account? Okay, Nurul, can you quickly share your screen with me? Okay, this is Shakil's screen.
I never shared. What happened?
Okay, you can unshare. Okay, Nurul,
Adnan,
yes, go ahead, please.
when you logged on with the second user to the portal with Bernard, did you see Azure services there?
Yeah,
Like
no. So as soon as you log in, you won't find anything. It will say buy a subscription,
okay,
right? Because we haven't provided any access to resources. All the resources are for the root account.
but I logged on to the second account, but I can see and browse the option like virtual machines and everything I can browse. But I need to buy a subscription, right?
Y- So either we need to buy a subscription or we need to give access to, we need
Okay,
to give
okay,
access to him.
all
So
right.
let's look at that. So let me see. Nurul is sharing a picture and let me see what the picture is. Oh, Nurul, you're getting this screen because MFA is enabled on your computer. So MFA, all you need to do, have you ever used Authenticator app before, Nurul? Okay, sorry. This is Naveed. Sorry about that. Naveed, so this is, have you ever installed Authenticator app on your machine?
I don't think so, sir.
Sorry, I mean, on your mobile phone. So we need to do this exercise too in a moment. What happens is, guys, we need a two-factor authentication. We need a two-factor authentication. I think in your case, it is already enabled.
Yeah, I
Naveed?
think that in my Azure account it is enabled, I
Okay.
guess.
Yes. So
Yes.
if it is enabled, all you need to do, first of all of you, you need to install this app on your computer, sorry, on your cell phone, which is known as Microsoft Authenticator. Okay. So
Okay.
once you all, so everyone please install this app, because we need to do this lab as well, in which we need to enable, two-factor authentication for all the accounts that logs into this environment. But I think we won't be able to do that
Sir,
unless we
And
have.
maybe to log in with the Bernard.
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
So I am unable to log into my Active Directory services, sir. It says
Switch to premium trial. Okay.
and
So
so what you're saying, sir? We have to
you share your screen. Share your screen.
So multiple factor authentication, can we do it with
Okay,
the?
okay, hold on. Hold on. Nurul is sharing the screen. And Hassan, you can go ahead with your question.
So MFA, can we do it using the free trial? Can we do the
No, we cannot. That's what I was checking. MFA, we cannot try without accessing the premium. But we can enable premium. You know, this account will expire soon. So you can enable premium on your machine. It's fine. It won't charge against your credit card. We'll have to
how we
look
can
at the.
enable it?
So I'll show it to you. Just a second. Let me look at Nurul's screen here. And Nurul is saying that it is new user is not enabled. So first of all, let's look at this permission. You're logged. Oh, Nurul, you're logged into Stanley Community College. And it's good
You are
that
able to see. You are able to see that is more than enough.
Nurul, you have their full user list access, and I mean, probably the people that are in there. So in order to do that, Nurul, change the switch directory to your own directory. So let me take access. Yeah. So
No,
just go here.
Adnan, even if he switch to his own directory, he cannot, because he has to have an account like pay as you go or something, because that Active Directory is for Stanley College. They won't give him access, never.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But try switching the directory. Try switching. And Nurul, are you using only? Yeah, you won't be able to get your own subscription. So what happened to your own subscription, Nurul? Can you log off from here? I mean, right from the beginning, you're using this account or another account?
I was using my own, but then it expired after 30 days.
Oh, okay.
Stanley one, because they gave like $100 credit, but then they're giving, like, they're sharing everything with me right now.
Right. So they are giving $100 credit, but then in that tenancy, you can create a new Active Directory. So that's the only way you can log in at the moment. So log in, please.
With my Stanley or my pay-as-you-go account?
But your you can use your pay-as-you-go as long as you can just delete everything at the end.
Okay. Because with Stanley, I don't think it's giving me option.
Yeah, Stanley, there might be restrictions and you won't be able to do everything in there, especially the security. So now you're logged into Stanley and go to, so you have created the VM here in this subscription? VM and okay, good. So what we need to do here is you can create a new tenant in this, but I'm not sure if it will be allowed. So click on new tenant, create new tenant. So Active Directory, just click next. And here you need to provide your organization. Just give any organization name. But then remember to delete the tenant as well later on.
Okay. Domain.
Sir,
Yes.
Sir, I've got the same error. Which one? this scanner. When I
Oh,
install
yes,
this
yes, the
app and I
scanner.
scan it,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's working, sir. After that, I am on
Very
Azure
good.
portal
Very
with
good. Very good.
Bernard. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So, very good. So now we do the same thing. Just install the app and scan the code, and you will be able to log in.
Okay, so I'm working on it. Okay.
Okay. Very good.
Can you
So
look at my? So can you look at my? I'm
yes,
unable to.
yes, I will. I will look at your machine. Sure.
We have to keep login with the other two users which we created, like a global reader and the global administrator.
Global reader and global admin. Yes, yes, stay logged in. Stay logged in both of them
Okay.
because we
Okay.
need to see the security changes. Okay, so in Nurul's machine, new Active Directory tenant is being created, and Nurul here in this one you can basically do all the exercise. I mean, you can now go to users. Oh, no, 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 no. It is still being created. So if you look at under the bell on the top menu, it is still being created. So once it is created, then you can switch directory. So it is still being created. Then you can click on your name and then you can switch directory. It will show you this new directory and go into that directory, and then you can create a new user and then log in. Okay.
Or do I have to do switch tenant or directory?
Can you repeat your question?
Do I need to click on switch tenant or does it have to be? Oh, I think it's here.
Okay, it's here now. So go to yeah, click on switch tenant. Yeah, click on Net Plus, and no, not like this. Just select, just select the check mark, and then on the top there is, it says switch. So now you should be in that directory, but what I'm not sure of that would you be able to see the resources that you created in there? We can check that out too.
Okay, I
So
can
in
create new.
now you can
You may
create
have
new.
to share the resources.
You will have to share the resources. You can assign permission to the resources. So for now, just create a new user, and in another browser, yeah.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, no problem. So Faz, you can share your screen.
I do not have. I do not have access. I'm using a student subscription.
You're using a student subscription, so your
Yeah.
own subscription. Guys,
No,
everyone,
it's
to do the custom lab, you need a new subscription. I mean, this might not work, the things that we need to do. So make sure that next we try to get a new subscription, and Faz, you too. But in this case,
yes, sir.
Faz, keep connected.
Okay.
So we need to basically do the same thing. Same thing, we need to create a new tenant.
So how do we? Where do I go, sir?
Okay,
It
just a
doesn't
second.
allow me, sir. It doesn't allow me.
No,
Oh,
sir.
in
Actually,
this case,
some universities,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
some universities won't allow. Like for me, I also have a student account from one of my friends. It doesn't allow me to create even tenant.
Right. Yeah. So in this
So
case,
what should I do?
yeah. So in this case, Faz, for you, the only option is create a new account.
Okay, sir. My question
Here
is,
you
sir,
go.
I'm totally lost. What you have been doing, I was unable to do it. So I'm totally lost.
Okay. Lost where?
Uh,
Today's lecture or
no,
after
sir.
your?
Active Directory, like this, creating user tenant.
Is the exercise to create a new tenant or just create a new user?
No, it's an exercise to create a new user, but circumstances are different. So I want we just created a new tenant because in his case, in Nurul's case, that was the only option. But if the exercise is
Okay.
about to create a new user and assign permissions. Faz,
Yes, sir.
listen to me. Faz, when was your subscription expired?
1st of March.
1st of March. So it's and why were you not able to create a new subscription?
So it was like I use someone's university account.
Mm-hmm. And you were able to do it. So,
I mean, I was doing all the labs on the university account.
okay, that's fine. But for the security, they have blocked it. So now your only option is to create a new subscription.
Pay as you
Okay?
go.
New subscription for you. Get a new email, get a new phone number, get a new credit card, and then create a new account, because the next lab will be it requires its own subscription.
So what about if I go upgrade to the pay as you go? Will it
Yeah,
work?
you can upgrade to pay as you go and just delete everything at the end. Uh,
Okay.
okay, just go with pay as you go, but remember they might not refund your money if you forget anything.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. So guys, everyone, so with the permissions that I'm about to do, the permissions that I am about to do. So I think my screen is shared with all of you. So I'm right here. So for now, we have just created a simple user, everyone. Okay, a simple user, and I'm logged in with that user. So going back to the users here and logging. So user. So I am right here. So the user that we are working with is Burnett, and that's the user. But this user, when I log in to the tenancy to my other account, which is this one, I get this type of screen. And that screen is very normal. Why? Because you're logged in, but you don't have access to any resources. So now I'm about to show you that how we can provide him different level of access on different resources. So for that, I need to jump to the whiteboard. And first of all, let's understand that, and then we can complete that understanding. Okay, so guys here, if you can look at this here, now the type of access that we need is, okay, so the type of access that we need is, so one user is owner, which is we are owner of the subscription, and the second user is Burnett. So second user is Burnett. Now, in order to log in, so this user has access to all the resources within Azure. So within Azure, the user has access to VM. The user has access to storage account, and the user has access to also web app. So all three of them, because the user is automatically an owner and user has access to this, and Burnett has nothing on this. So now in order to provide access, and everyone, I need your full attention here to understand this point. Now, in order to provide access, there are few levels of access that we can provide. So we can provide Burnett access to all the resources on a subscription level. Subscription level, and or we can give him access on the resource group level, or we can give him access on the resource level. Right? So which means that if and in all of these three levels, which means resource level is what? Resource level is VM, resource level is just a storage account, resource level is web. So there are these three types of access. Now, if you add Burnett on a subscription level here, it means that on this level, once Burnett is given access on this level, it will automatically inherit it to all of the resources. But if you give access on storage resource level, it will be automatically inherited all here. But if you give him access on this level, Burnett will only have access to VM. So this is the most important point that I want you to understand, that if you go to subscription level and you add him access on this, he will automatically get that access here. So point number one, we created a user. Point number two, we need to understand where we are giving him access, subscription, resource group, or the resource level. So that's the point number two. And the third is what type of access. So the type of access we have are mainly three. There is administrator access, admin access, So this is type of access, admin access. Number 2 is contributor access. Contributor access, and number 3 is reader access. So these are the three main type of access. Other than that, there are 50 other type of access as well, but most of the time we use these three access. So if you give him admin access and on a subscription level, it means Bernard will be admin on all the levels. If you give him contributor access and on let's say on just a VM, then it means that Bernard have contributor access on VM. Now, what is the difference between admin and contributor? Contributor, guys, is exactly like admin, but contributor cannot change any security permissions. Okay, so contributor cannot change any security. So here, no security access. Whereas a contributor can do everything else. So for example, if a Burnet is contributor on VM, then what happens is that Burnet can edit the VM, can change the size of the VM, can do all the VM management. But Burnet cannot give access to that VM to any other person. So just the security aspect is not there. Otherwise, Burnet is an admin, and reader is just a reader. So if Bernard is a reader on a web app level, then Bernard is just, so on this one, if Bernard on the web app is a reader, can only has a read only access and can only see the web app and can do nothing. So so this is how the settings are. So three things to remember about settings. Number one, the user. Number two, type of access, and number three, where you are providing the access. So subscription level, resource group level, resource level, and here. Now, the best way to assign permission. So here on this slide, I just wanted to show you, and then we can jump back to the lab, the best way to assign permissions. So this is a best recommended way of assigning the permission. Best way or method to assign a permission. Guys, when we need to assign a permission, it's very simple. You select a user and then you select a resource. You select a resource, which is in this case a VM, and then we select type of access. So type of access. So let's say I want this user to be an admin on this. All you need to do, just go to the resource, within IAM, and if you're looking at, if you're in your subscription, you can just go to VM, and under the VM go to IAM. IAM, we've seen that last week, that in IAM you assign all the access. So what happens is you can select Adam, you can select Bernard, and then you can go select his type of access and then assign it to the resource. This is 1, 2, 3. 1, select a user, type of access, and assign it to the resource. This is 1, 2, 3. But guys, the best way or recommended way is to assign an access through groups. We should always assign access. So here, always assign access through groups. So that's the recommended way. Always create a group and then assign an access. So in that case, well, the only thing that we need to add is the user. It will be there, but in between we will create a group. So we will create a group called admin access, admin users. Admin user, and rest will remain the same. So we will create a group called admin users and assign an admin type of access on the VM. On the VM.
So first we create the power admin users like the Bernard.
You can, I mean, you can create a user first, or you can create a group first, or you can create a group first or admin first. There is no sequence. There is no sequence. You can have a group first and then add a user, or you can add you can create a group, a user first, and then create a group and then add the user later. So that will be fine as well. Okay, but here we are just looking at the best way to assign permission, and recommended way from Microsoft, from all organization. If you've been working in IT, always this is the case. We never assign user directly to the resource. although you can, but the best way to assign according to Microsoft is always have a group that has the access. Now, what is the advantage? The advantage is next time if you need to add someone, you don't need to assign permission and go to the resource. All you need to do, just add a user to the group. So this is what we are about to do. So in this case, these are 4 steps. So one step, you should have a user. Second step, create a group. Third, assign a type of access and then assign it to the resource. So that's the only, I mean, without a group, it will work fine. With group, it will make it more convenient for next time. If you need to add or remove users, you can add or remove user directly to the group. You don't need to assign or change permissions. Okay, so in the lab, what we are about to do is this. So we will create a group. We will create a group. So everyone go to groups and create a security group in there for now. So I'm just going there now. Let me have some whiteboards. So what we need to do in the lab is this. So in the lab, first of all, when you create a group, there are 2 types of group. There is security group and Office 365 group. Office 365 group we are not creating. We are just creating a security group. So security group. So security group, we will create a security group called VM admins. VM admins, and this is a group that we are going to create. And then, so this is step number 1, just create a group called VM admins. And the second one is add Burnett to this group. So add to VM admins. And the third step, go to VM and assign access for VM admins. Go to VM and assign access to group. So these are the 3 steps that I'm about to do.
Sir, what was the third step?
Can you repeat that, please?
What was the third step? After
the third step
adding
is you need to just go to the VM. You need to just go to the VM and assign access for the group, and that I will show you. Okay. So first of all, here we can see that on Burnett's here, Burnett doesn't have access to the VM. What I'm going to do is go to home, first of all, then go to Active Directory. And first of all, we create a group. So we'll just go to the group, and within the group, I am going to create a new group. So there are 2 groups here. I'm going to create a new group called VM admins. So when you create a group, guys, at this point, the thumb rule for all Active Directory service, leave everything default, just change what you want to change. So here we are not creating Office 365. We don't have Office 365. So we are creating a security group, and the name of the group will be VM admins. And the description of the group is administrator access to the VM, and then it will be assigned. And here the member, you can add a member right here, or we can add members as well. But for now, I'm going to add an owner as myself. So I'm going to make myself owner. I mean, you can add owner, it's all optional, but it's good to have an owner for all the resources. So in this case, I'm going to select myself as owner and select. I mean, it's not important. It's just a logical way. I mean, if somebody else looks at the group, they should know who's the owner of this group. So I'm going to create this group without any members. And once the group is created, I can add members to this. So for now, the second, so this is the first part. So we have already done this part.
Sir, can you go back if you don't mind?
So I can go back to create a group. It's right here. So you just need to go to home and you can, where is it? Sorry, not Active Directory, go to group and create a new group. That's it. Okay, so once you create a group, then you can go to the group in this group and we can assign members. So right here you have members, you have owner, you have group memberships, you have application licenses. We're not going there at the moment. We're just going to the members. So going to members, and now I'm going to add Burnett here. So within the group, so all I did was went into the group and I am here within the member and I'm going to add the user Burnett right here. So I've added the user and select the user. So user is now member of the group. So this is second step. So you first we create a group. Always, guys, an interview question is, what is the best way to assign permissions? And the answer is that the best way to assign permission is always through groups. First create a group, assign permission, and then add the user to the group. So now this is there. Now the third step is, which is right here. So the third step is that now I need to go to the resource where I need to assign him permissions. So I'll go back to home. I'll go to the VM. So since I need to give him access on the VM's level. So in here, I can go to the VM, and on the VM, always the access is always assigned from IAM right from here. So access is always assigned from here, which is IAM.
What is IAM?
IAM stands for Identity and Access Management, right? So this is identity and access management within access control, and within access control now here is the one where we need to where we need to understand that how this works. So first of all, you need to see how many people have access to this VM. So and now here always remember which resource are you on. I am on a VM resource, and which security, because IAM you will find it with everything. With the databases, with servers, with all other things, you have IAM control. So IAM, you need to know where you are. So I am in the VM, I am in IAM, and the current assignment is right here. So who has current access to this is role assignment. If you go to role assignment, and in the role assignment, basically no one has access to this other than the owner. Since I am the owner, I have access to this, but other than me, no one has access to this. So let me go back here and let's see. So currently I am the owner. So this is my own assignment, and there is classic administrator, which is service administrator. So basically it's not showing anyone as being has access. So this is why when you log in with Burnett cannot see this, cannot work on this VM. So now in order to assign this, all you need to click on add. So one more time, I'm going to go back here again. So first of all, we created a user, everyone, and then we added the user to the group within Active Directory. And so how we did that, we went into Active Directory and we went to the group. Within the group, you went to the group right here.
Sir,
So
can
just
we
like
also
normal.
find the,
Sorry.
can we use the below there is a find two windows and you can type the burner name and it will find, then we can grant
Yes, that can be done. The search can be done too. The search can be done, but in the members, you can add the users. Yes. Okay. Now, let me go to the VM, and within the VM, and guys, if you're able to assign access to a VM, you will be able to assign access to everything. So all the access is controlled by IAM right here. So with IAM, we'll go to IAM and we'll click on add, and we'll click on add and click role assignment. So click on add and click on role assignment. Role assignment, you can add a co-administrator as well, which means that that person have full access to this. But in this case, I am going to just go for the role assignment. And in the role assignment, the three important roles are owner, contributor and reader. So the admin that I was saying, basically that admin is the owner of the group, and this is contributor. Contributor has everything except the security permissions, and reader is the reader. So here I am going to make him contributor access, and within the contributor access, I am going to select, I can select here Bernard. I can select here Bernard, but Bernard, we don't need, we don't want to add directly access to the user. We want to add VM admin. We want to add it to the group. So this group access. So once I add this group, so what type of access? Contributor access. The group name is this. You must select the group here. If you just write the group name and you don't select it here, then it won't appear. It should appear under selected members. Then you'll be able to have access to this. So it is assigning role assignment. So now here, if I go back here and go to role assignment, and in here, role assignment, if I go to VM again, VM admin. So VM admin is right here. So this is the way you need to select this, right? So now once it is assigned, again, go back to role assignment, and now you can see that VM admin has contributor type of access. If you need to remove this access, then all you need to do is select and remove. So you can remove that access as well. Now, since this access is assigned, all I need to do is go to Bernard's login. So let me go to Bernard login. And so this is Bernard's login, and all I need to do is go to home, and within home, I can go to VMs. And we need to click few times because we just assigned that access. Okay, so let's go. And if you want to do it quickly, probably maybe re-login might work as well. So I'm going to try re-login, but sometime it will take maybe 5 minutes. So I'm going to log in again. Log in again with the
Sir, here you have to give your own password or Bernard's password?
It's Bernard's password, yes.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm logging in with Bernard's user, right? So, okay. So what's wrong with it? Oh yeah, I changed the password to 12345 because no. It never accepted that password. So I changed it to a unique password. Okay, so I'm logged in now. Okay, so now recommendations. So now it can recognize, so it's not giving us at least that message that now if we go to VM, and we should be able to see the VM that we are working on. So this is the VM. So Bernard has access to this, and right here within IAM, since he has contributor access, he shouldn't be able to add anyone. So other than that, he can change everything, disk size, networking, everything he can do, but he won't be able to do any security changes. So guys, this is one thing. The second thing that I wanted to show you, okay. So going back.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So here, when I try to connect to the VM as a second user, I am not able to connect to the RDP.
As a second user,
and I give him the access as a contributor, the group as a contributor, right? So it says the network, it doesn't have access to the network card.
Yes. So yes. So that what we need to. So who are you logging in with, Bernard?
No, it's Ali user.
Okay. So you're already logged in. Who are you logged in with currently? You're saying this is a second user.
Yes, second user, Ali.
But who's the first user?
It's me.
It's
The
you, which
the
is
one
the
I
right. Okay. Okay,
yeah.
okay, I'll check that out. I'll just check that out at the moment. Just let's complete this exercise. So here I just wanted to show you that if Bernard can add anyone, because he's a contributor, he shouldn't be able to add role assignment. And here it says disabled. So this is the difference between a full owner and a contributor. Otherwise, if you can change him to contributor, he can do it. But guys, there is another thing that we need to also understand, that you can also you can also assign your own permissions as well. So for example, if you go here, you can create your own role assignment as well. But let's say if you, this is who Bernard is signed in.
The Bernard is signed in the Azure portal.
Yes, so yeah, so now on my other browser, I have the other user. I can go to role assignment, and there are many other roles that you can select from here. So right from here, you can select, other than these three, there are many other roles. So for example, log analytic reader, there is monitoring contributor, only monitoring contributor, meaning not a full contributor, monitoring reader, and then there are VM contributor. And then there are many other roles that you'll have to look into the documentation what this type of access. But most of the time, in most of the places, we are working with these three type of roles. If there is any special requirement, then we create our own role as well. But creating another role, your own role within Azure, requires scripting. There is no simple way of creating a role assignment. Role assignment is created by scripts. But most of the time, owner, contributor, and reader role will work fine in this case. Okay, so this is one thing that I wanted to show you. And Hassan, I'll come back to your question as well. But the second thing that I wanted to show you, that you can assign the highest level of role by going onto the subscription. So for example, if you go into your subscription, if I can type here, subscription, on the subscription level, if you add somebody as admin, that person will have full access to your complete subscription. So I'm in my subscriptions, and if I select subscriptions on this side, and if I go here, IAM role, and within there, I will go and add Bernard on this level, then automatically Bernard will be adding, will be automatically added to all of the resources. So I'm going to do that now. I'm in subscription, and I am in IAM within this, and I'm going to add an assignment to this. And in this, so here I'm going to do a little different than, I'm not going to add a group, but I'm going to add him directly. So for example, if I add him directly, just to show you that this will be inherited automatically by everything within this subscription. So I'm going to make him automatically a contributor and save. So now, so remember looking at the slide, that which level of access which level of resources you're giving access. So subscription is the highest level. And under the subscription, we have resource group. So if I go to our resource group, so my all resources, and I can go to the resource groups here. And within resource group, if I now go to the resources, which is day 9, which is right here. So this is the resource. And in this, if I check him on IAM, and if I go to role assignment, so if I go to role assignment, within this, I automatically see Bernard right here. And why do I see Bernard right here? Because it is automatically inherited. Here it's saying it is subscription inherited, and you cannot remove it from here. So here, if you want to remove it, you cannot remove it because it is inherited role assignment. So there is no way. In order to remove inherited role, you need to go back to that level and then remove it from there. So that's the difference that I wanted to show you in these cases. Okay. Now going before I can go to Hassan's question, Hassan, I'll come back to that. That's a little different type of security, but before that, I wanted to show you Key Vault here as well. So guys, Key Vault is a place which is basically which keeps keys for your permission and access, right? So for now, we don't have any Key Vault at the moment, but before going on to the Key Vault, and I'll come back to that in a moment here, I wanted to show you the storage account, that we created. So if I go to the storage account, and please go to the storage account, everyone, within the storage account, we have, so this is our storage account, and we know that in the storage account, in order to have storage account, you have containers, you have file access table, and this we already know. But in terms of security, you have two ways of security. Number one, IAM. IAM is already there. So who has access to this storage account? So which is right here, IAM access. And here you can see that if you need to see who has already access to this account, you can go to role assignment. And Burnett is already there. Why? Because we added him on the subscription level. So now this storage account, two people have access to this. Number one, the owner, I have the access, and Burnett has the access too. But the second thing that we need to understand, that we need to understand is that there is something called access keys. So access key, and here is SAS key. So SAS key and access key. Access key is the master key for this complete storage account. This is a storage account. And if you go to access key, within the access key, so here if you go by definition, use access key authenticate to your application. So first of all, access keys are not used by you and me. Access keys are used by applications, and mostly it will be used by developers. So the request comes to you something like this. The request comes to you by a developer, I need a full access key to the storage account. Can you provide me access so that I can embed the key within the application? So in that case, all you need to do is, first of all, you need to show the key. Now, these are the keys that can be used. There is something called key 1. There is something called key 2. Both are master keys because these are access keys. These are full access to the environment. And all you need to do is to take this key. So this is basically the main key, and this is a connection string. So within the application, the developer is going to need a connection string, and sometimes it depends on what type of connection the developer need. Developer might need just the key, or developer might need a complete connection string. Connection string is provided for the benefit of the developer. So all you need to do that you go to the storage account, come to access key, and then copy this to the clipboard. And as soon as you copy, you can open a notepad, or maybe in an email, you can just, so for example, here we can just open a notepad. And within the notepad, we can write a simple message that as requested, this is a storage key of, so as requested, please find below the access key for the storage account. And below here, you will provide him the access key. And as soon as he receives this access key, you will as is copy and put it in the application. And as soon as this runs within the application, user will be able to connect to this. Now, remember that with this access key, he can do everything within the storage account. So in case you only want to provide him a restricted access, then you can go to shared access key, which is SAS key. Now within SAS key, there are many different options. As in the access key, it was only showing the key, but in here now it gives you more restrictive access. It's saying, okay, so with this key, user will not be able to see the table queues and files will be only able to see the blob and will not be able to create, add, or list and delete, can only be able to read and write. And this key will be valid from this time to this time. And this is Sydney Standard Time. And this key can be used only with this protocol or with both of the protocols. And this is using key assignment 1. And as soon as you select all this, then you're able to generate this SAS key. So let me, yeah, and you can also restrict by IP address as well, that this is a certain IP address. And let's say if I can restrict it to my IP address. So let's say, what is my IP address? I'm going to go to my IP. This is basically your public IP address, which is, so this is our public. I mean, you can look at it in your case as well. But if I go back here and I put in my IP address, and then I need to generate this. So why is it not generating? It's saying it is from here to here. What? Oh yeah, I need to select, I think, server, service, or a container. Yes. So once you select all these restrictions, you can generate a key. And the key is right here. And all you need to do is to copy this again and put it in the email. And you can, exactly in the same manner, you can provide him the SAS key. So all he needs to do is to put that key inside the application, and he will be only able to do some restricted access. So this is what that is. Access key is a master key of the complete container, of the complete software storage account, whereas SAS key is a restricted access. Okay, Hassan, can you show me your screen? So what was your error message?
So Adnan bhai, so can you go? I cannot share my screen. So
Oh,
can you?
team viewer.
Yeah. So I will install it now. So
Okay, yeah.
can you please go to the portal, to your portal using the Bernard user where you signed in?
Okay, yes. So I'm going there, and this is Bernard's user.
Mm,
And if I go to the VM,
yes.
so this is the VM.
And if you try to connect to VM,
Yes, so let's try to connect to the VM. And in order to connect to the VM, RDP.
yes,
And in here, we can just open this.
yeah, you are able to, right? So
So you're not able to do that?
no, it says I am not able to, I don't have permission to the network card.
So you did provide a contributor access to the group?
Yes, I did.
No, probably not. Probably not, because it's, if you go to IAM on this VM, just go to IAM on this VM
Okay.
and go to role assignments, check what is the role of your group. So
It's VM admins and it's contributor on my
so
side.
VM is contributor, and within VM admin, do you see Bernard as part of contributor?
I can see
Just click
under,
on VM admin, it will take you to the group.
yeah,
In the members,
in the members I can see Ali is there, Ali.
but Bernard is not there.
Yeah, because I'm not using Bernard, I'm using
Oh,
Ali.
sorry about that. Sorry. Yes, yes. So Ali is there, and you're logged in with Ali on this portal.
Yes, that's
So
right.
here you see Ali here.
Yeah, I can see here, Ali.
Okay. So I think all you need to do is to just log off and log back in, and then try again, because
All
that's the only access that requires. Okay. So everyone, before we can finish today, I wanted to make you guys a group, and if you can give me 10 more minutes on this, I wanted to explain you the assignment. So assignment will be this, and this will be a challenging assignment. You all need to work together as a team, and all you need to do is make a group of 4. If you're already working with each other, you can just let me know in the chat window who is working with who, and rest of the people I can make groups together, because maybe you might, some of you are already working together. Okay. So uh, for now, we all have one subscription, right? So we all have, let's say, Umair has one subscription. Okay. And then we have on the other side, we have Shahul has a subscription and Nurul has a subscription too. Okay. And so three subscriptions are here. Three subscriptions are here. What we need to do is, first of all, when we work together, so first of all, you need to set a time for 2 hours within this week. Within this week, 2 to 3 hours work together, and then you will be able to complete the assignment. The idea is that first of all, you will send invites to each other, and then make sure that all your accounts are in each other. So here we have Umar, Shahul, and Nurul, and all the three users will be here too. Right? So you will send invites to each other and then make sure that all your accounts are there. Then all you need to do, first of all, create one VM with your own, and the VM names and IP addresses I will provide you within the document. So this VM will be made by the owner. So the owner, as being you will be the owner, and so in this case, this is Shahul will be the owner. In this case, this will be Nurul. So one VM belongs to you. And then the second exercise is that Umair needs to create one VM with ending with his name in Shahul's subscription, and Umair needs to make another VM within this subscription, Nurul's subscription as well. So with that, it will give you an idea to log into the other subscription and then create a name. But in order to do this, you all need to provide resource level access to each other. So which means that you all need to, so once you provide so in here, Umair is owner, but Shahul and Nurul both are guests. So these are guests. But what Umair needs to do, Umair needs to go to the resource group that you create based on our documentation, assign admin access, assign contributor access on the resource group level. So when you assign contributor access on the resource group level to Shahul and Nurul here, which is a contributor access to Shahul and Nurul, then Shahul and Nurul both can come to this subscription and create their own VMs with their own name. So this is the first exercise that I want you to do, that you need to first send guest invites. Then all of you needs to give all of other people on a resource level access, go to resource level and then test that access. And once it is created, then you need to create VMs in each other's resources. And then we will expand this on. And likewise, there are some exercises that you need to do in other subscription and some exercises you need to do in another subscription. Guys, this complete exercise will give you, and I can assure you, 4 to 5 years of experience in Azure, if you are able to do that. But for that, you need to sacrifice your time. You need to basically, I know that everyone is busy. You might not have time for this, but guys, this will give you an experience. I mean, real experience working with different tenants in this environment. Okay, so the first group is already made. So Umair, Shahul, and Nurul. So three people are there. I can add like more people within this group. So in that way, you can have 4 subscription. I mean, I can tell you, the more tenants you have experience with, guys, the more tenants you have worked with gives you more exposure to the environment. Okay, more experience you get, and the more exposure to the environment. And I can tell you, the client that I'm working with 50 clients, and they all have Azure, different Azure. They have AWS, they have Office 365, and different configuration. And most probably you will be working, inshallah, with CSPs as well. CSP is a cloud cloud service provider. So you'll be working with these guys, and then the more you have, the more tenants you're working with, the better it will be. So okay, so let's do 4 tenants. tenants, 4 guys working together. So Umair, Shahul, Nurul, and Arshad. So Arshad. Okay, so 4 people, please exchange your numbers, create a WhatsApp group for yourself, add me there too. I need to see your correspondence, everyone, for this. So this is just a simple lab you just need to do. I will share the document tonight after this. So this is the first group, and this will be I mean, the more complexity I will add, the more experience, the more exposure you will get with it. Guys, it's a teamwork, everyone. It's a teamwork. You must help each other. If somebody is not able to do something, be ready to remote into their machine and then help them, and then stand with you and work together on this. And then you need to create a documentation at the end. We will create a project documentation that will help you again in the real environment too.
Sir, can I share my screen to you?
Just a second, just a second. So you wanted to show me the error, something, Zishan?
Sir, I want to show the other Explorer where I'm going, where I've entered with Bernard, but I'm not able to see. I want to show something, sir.
Okay, okay, it's okay.
Yeah,
Just give me a few minutes
no
on this
problem.
assignment, and because I think people are tired and they want to go. So I'm here, and I'll work with you on the lab. So don't worry
No
about that.
problem, sir.
So
Okay.
first group is Omer, and sorry if I misspelled anything, everyone. So I'm just, please note that down, and Nurul and Arshad. And the second group that Naveed mentioned is, okay, Arshad, sorry about that. Arshad, this is Hassan. Okay,
So
okay,
include me in Naveed's group, sir.
okay. So we
Thank
have
you.
Naveed. I think Naveed has already provided some names here. So who is left? I mean, please let me know if somebody is not part of any group here.
Sir, I text in the group. I'm busy, so you can assign me with any group.
Okay, okay, very good. So I have, thank you, Wasim. So Zishan, we have and Salim and Faz. Okay, and I think Alamgir sent me a message that he had to go to Pakistan, and he's not available. So we have, how many people do we have? We have, other than this, we have Wasim,
And me, Sayyid Nadeem.
Mansoor, and who is left?
Me, Sayyid Nadeem.
Nadeem, yes. So Nadeem, and anyone left, or all good? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Me,
10, 11, 12. I think everyone is
Sir,
here. Huh?
me,
Dheeraj. Dheeraj.
me.
Dheeraj. So yes, so this is the next one.
Ashish also, sir.
Ashish, where is Ashish today?
I know. I think he messaged you. He told me that he has
Oh,
messaged
he's
you.
messaged me maybe during the training. I haven't looked at the
Yeah.
message. Okay. So Dheeraj is added, Mansoor is added, Ishraq, Mushtaq, and Ashish. Okay. Mushtaq, how many labs have you done? And Ishraq, have you completed assignment 1 and 2 as well?
Not one I did it, and but I have a subscription.
Okay. And Mushtaq, how many you completed 1 and 2?
No, sir, but I completed some labs and my subscription is expires. So I'm making new one from today or tomorrow.
Okay, please, you must do it. So what I will do is, in this case, with Wasim, Mansoor, and Nadeem, so we have only 2 guys to So I'll add Ishraq here with Umair. So these will be 5. And here we will add Mushtaq. I think
Adnan bhai, in the first group, there are 6 people, right? It's okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
No. There are 5 because Hassan. Sorry, Hassan, right?
Yeah, Hassan.
Hassan and Arshad. It's the same name or 2 people?
No,
Sorry about that.
Different people.
Oh, different people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you can put Ishraq in the second group, and that will be 5 each.
Yes. Okay. So Arshad and Hassan and Ishraq will be in this group. So now no one is left, right? So we Ashish.
Ashish is left, sir. Put Ashish
in your group.
Our group, sir. Yes,
No,
sir.
Ashish goes here.
So all the keep Ashish with us, sir. So they are heavyweight in the third group, sir.
Ashish and Naveed, Zishan, Salim, and Faz, and Ishra. I think you guys can do it, guys. Just work together, and remember there is a bit of complexity here, but I think once you get to use it, once you are able to log into, and everyone will be logging into every other tenant. So one person is logging into 4 different subscriptions. So total 5 subscriptions. This will give you a good edge in learning, guys. So now here, I should assign a group leader as well. But if you can work without a leader, it's fine. I mean, if everyone is working together, what do you say? Like a person who manages everything. Okay.
It would be great.
Umair, how about you? You can take the responsibility here. And here we have Naveed and Wasim.
So in my group, can you make Faiz Bhai as the lead?
No, sir, it would be a...
No, sir, it's better. Naveed bhai, I mean,
Naveed is good.
Yes,
Naveed,
he is
take
the
it.
leader. Yes, sir.
Take responsibility. So what we need to do, I will share the document today at the end of this. And then, so this is the first simple lab is just this. The first simple lab is this, which is this one. All you need to do, send guests and everyone, please create new accounts. Don't use the college account or school account. That will give you limitations, and that will give you more, that will add to more complexity. So please create new accounts, maybe on a different credit card or however you can do it, or use pay as you go as well. And just delete the resources at the end. So the first exercise will be very simple, which is just this exercise. And the next exercise to this one will be complex. So this is just a warm-up exercise for managing multi-tenant environment. This gives you an exposure to multi-tenant environment, but the next one will include all the other services too.
So I've got a request to you, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
So if you can upload last class 1 hour.
I will right after that. I
need to practice after a new account.
For sure. Actually, whatever we learned in the last class today was everything. I repeated everything from the last class, and we created a user, we assigned permissions and all that. Okay. But I will upload.
Thank you, Khalid.
Can you show how to Bernard login in the VM again?
Okay, I will show it to you. So everyone, this is the end of the session, and I am here. Whatever questions you have, we can discuss. And yes, and that's it. If anyone is tired and needs to go for work tomorrow, and so for that reason, you can just log off. Otherwise, I'm here to answer all of the questions. So first of all, looking at Zishan's machine. First I'm looking, yes. and you can keep sharing your machine. It will automatically be in the queue.
Sir, I think we forgot to add Shakil Bhai to the group.
Oh, where is Shakil Bhai? Shakil is...
Shakil Bhai is leader for all the groups.
Shakil Bhai is leader for all the groups. I think that will be a good idea though. Shakil, do you
Overall
want to
groups.
manage all three groups?
Brother Adnan, I am really happy to do everything, but the problem is I'm testing so many of my own things. I'm stuck, and you don't have time to help me.
No. Look. Shakil, look at this.
Uh,
So
uh,
I know that you want to learn a lot and lot. Okay. But my humble suggestion to you will be, uh, be an expert on whatever you have in hand. Okay. So at the moment, I can see that you have worked in AWS, you have worked in Azure, you have also worked in Office 365, and trust me, on the admin level, everything that you already know, you need to have more expertise exactly on the same thing what you already know. I know you're trying new things, but those new things are not used in all the environments. I mean, and those new things are always changing. So for example, you're testing out WVD. WVD is a new technology, and it will be changing a lot with time, and it's not used in everywhere. But if you can expert this multi-tenant environment, that is what is required in all the organizations. I would say,
Acha,
yeah, okay, just
लेकिन
focus on the admin level at the moment.
अच्छा वो तो ठीक है, but actually honestly, I really have to test that migration of VM. तो वो तो आप बताएंगे थोड़ा सा मुझे ना.
VM migration, yes, for sure. I'll let you know. But there are simpler ways instead of doing the Azure account. So we will talk about this right after, once I answer these questions. Okay.
ठीक है, okay,
Okay.
okay.
So Shakil, guys, please create a WhatsApp group. Umair, Naveed, and Wasim, please create them
I've
at the end
already
of this
sent out
training.
I've already sent out a link for group one. So please feel free to add yourselves. I think Arshad
Excellent.
himself. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, guys. Take the responsibility, add yourself to the group. And Naveed, please create a group. Wasim needs to create a group, and then add me to the group and Shakil to the group as well. And we can help you wherever it is required. And yeah, that's it.
So you can add yourself to the group.
I can
And
add myself for sure.
Shakil can also. Okay.
I
All
will.
right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at, first of all, Zishan's machine. So Zishan,
Yes, sir.
so stop sharing my machine. Yes, Zishan. So
Sir, my question is, overall, whatever we have done on this screen, the main, I understood, but I wanted to know this when I am login with this with the
James
Bernard.
account, James.
Yeah,
So you're
yeah.
on the James
So
account.
I'm not, sir. I can't understand, sir, where I have to go, because if I'm going with this
Right. No.
option,
Don't go here. Don't go there. Go back. And just all you need to do is go to all resources. Okay, but always remember, whenever you keep on getting this screen, this welcome to Azure, it means that you need to log off and log back in again. So log off from here and log back. And did you provide access to James in the other from the other account?
yes, sir. You can see here.
Okay. So this is, I'm looking at resource group, and within
Yeah.
the resource group, we are going to IAM. And you're showing me role assignment. Yeah, click on role assignment. And within role assignment, I can see, but here you have Bernard, you don't have James.
No, Bernard. Sir, Bernard, sir.
So since you're here, just click on add and add James too. So add, and then select a role called owner. Just make him owner. And then type the name James. Yeah, and then assign access. Okay, wait for a few seconds and go back to his now. Just refresh this one. So refresh is right here in the menu, yeah. And again, one more time. Or
Sir,
probably,
that resource already deleted. I don't know. Might be it is showing, but it is not the part of James. James is not the part because I have already deleted all my
You deleted James?
before James. I created James last week, sir, not today.
But you're logged in with James.
No, sir, I'm logged in with Bernard here.
Look at the top.
Sir, sir, I've logged in second time with Bernard, but again it is
Okay,
showing.
okay, now log in with Bernard.
अदनान भाई
Yes, Hassan.
जी अच्छा एक क्वेश्चन है वो ये है कि जब ये रिक्वेस्ट एक दूसरे को भेजेंगे एज अ यूजर when we send a request to each other everyone has to do it in a group, or if for instance if I send a request to Arshad or someone else or Nurul, if I send a request, so the other party has to send me the request back or no?
So all five of the people need to, so one, you will be having your own account, right? And then you need to send out requests to five other people. Sorry, four other people. Yes.
4 other people.
Yes. So once you send the request, then in the WhatsApp group, just say that I've sent you a request, or first of all, you need to share your email IDs with each other, right? And then you will be able to share, and then maybe on the WhatsApp, you can complete this exercise. Or you can, and then set 1 hour within the week together and just go through everything.
All right.
Sir, I think it's done. I'm okay.
It's working now. It's working now. Okay.
Both is showing contributor and owner.
Excellent. Very good. Very good.
Right.
So who else has a question here? Okay.
I asked you my and the VM from Bernard login is I'm unable to log in.
Okay, share your screen, please.
Okay.
Okay, so here, what is, so click on more choices.
Oh.
Okay, Nadeem. Just a second. Yeah. So when you are, so Bernard's access is only till accessing the VM. Okay, so you can see all the properties and change, but when it is about to log into RDP, this username will be the username that you created when you created the VM. Remember, pass admin or the administrator account, that when you created the VM in the beginning.
When I created in the beginning, for the VM, I used my name like Syed, and the password was
exactly. So that's the only user with which you can log into the machine. But when it comes to the management of the VM, Bernard can manage everything within cloud. So that's the difference between that local account and Bernard's account. Okay, so that Syed is the local account, and that's the only account. But if you want Bernard to log in, then you need to log in with Syed on this machine and then create a local admin account, and then you will use that account to log in.
Yeah, forget it. Okay, I was stuck here. So that's why I was confused what I forget it.
Okay, no problem. Good. Anyone else has any questions?
No. Sir, I accidentally changed the Bernard password in the temporary password created in the Azure portal. So can I reset it again?
You did what?
I reset the password for the Bernard.
Okay.
So can I have to create a new password, or I can copy that password, the temporary password the Azure portal is showing us? I'm confused.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Nadeem. Nadeem, first of all, can you make it bigger screen? I mean, expand the screen.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Now your question is that when you logged into this subscription with Bernard, it asked you to change the password. So you changed it.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Now, but you're logged in with Burnett. Who are you logged in with here?
Uh, at this machine, I'm just, if I go to the virtual machines, that's like ADVM, and if I connect here, so I can easily log in with the my ID, like say then the password, whatever.
Right, right.
Then I can create a usage the user, whatever the I created in the AD. So, and it definitely
And then you can log in with Burnett. Yes.
yes, definitely I will do it. No problem.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good. So everyone, if you have any questions, just let me know. Anyone, anywhere stuck. The key is the practical. Just work with each. I mean, work on the practical. The more you work on this, the better it is.
Yeah, Nami, can you see this screen?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
We all wanted to see this. Everyone, if you want to use VCE using Sayed's method, you will be able. You don't have to buy VCE. That's what it is, right?
Yes.
So what is the way? How are you doing it? Can you show it to us?
Yeah, I already provided on my Google Drive. So if anybody is needed on just on the Azure group, they can send me their email address. So at the Gmail, so I will share my folder, so they can easily access I mean the software, whatever, and this 104 file as well. That is a VC file.
Excellent, excellent, very good, very good. That's really good. That's really good. Okay.
You can see there it's still working, and there's so many things with this application, because I'm used to this application for a long time.
Yeah, this
So
is
if I
BlueStack. Remember that when we were doing the training, we discovered that long
yes,
time back.
yes, of course, and if somebody want to go through how to setting for this before starting the VC file, they can ask me and I can provide help them as well.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nadeem.
Which software is this, brother?
Is called the A plus
BlueStack.
VC. Is in the it's working in this environment, like if I show you, is a
But
BlueStack.
I tried this.
Yeah, you see there is a BlueStack.
Times, but it was
This
not
one is
working.
the old version. This is the application, the VC Player Silver. This is the APK file, and this is the environment for the BlueStack, like Android.
Android environment. It's an
And this is
Android
the
environment.
application I install it here. This is the old version, which it was in my stock anyway. And there is a like a media manager. This is a browser. This is an Android setting. So you
Nadeem,
can
how
go
do you
there.
upload the exam? How do you upload the exam? Because I tried it many times, couple of months back. It didn't work.
The thing is the main file. You have to play with the main file. You know, the like VC organizer. If you can change the VC file with the organizer with the RTF, and you have, once you convert it to the RTF, you have to go with the each step and find is working fine. Then you can save it with the another name, and then you can call it with the application. It definitely work it. And the thing is, the hard part is in this like a BlueStack. This is the online. You can easily download it. It is a version 4, and you can install this VC. And but the thing is, maybe you can have difficulty how to get the VC file. So for the to get the VC file, you can go in the Android setting, and that's and you can uh, provide. I mean, the location where you save the file is not very difficult.
Okay, very good, very good. So,
So
so you
many
have,
expertise we have in our group. Wow, that's a
yeah. No,
great work.
that's really good. Otherwise, you'll have to buy a VCE.
You see, this is a import from Windows and export to Windows. This is the file which I created. That is this name is Azure 104 VC file. So in this portal, like in this application, this file is here. So you have to import this file to here, and then once it will be here, and after that you have to go in the VC player, and you will log in here, and it will ask you like let's suppose you let me exit from here.
But did you have to convert the 104 VCE file to a different format? How do you convert that?
Yeah, I use the old VC converter tool, which convert with the RTF and then convert it to the VC again.
Okay, so if somebody needs it, they need to give you the email address so that you can give them the access to the VCE file or this APK
Everything,
file as well.
whatever for every VC BlueStack link they can download there, and VC Silver software, and also the file, the three main things, and this is the way you can go add the file from here.
Okay, okay, good.
So you can,
but before that you have to change the
and
settings.
go in
I
the
think you
menu.
have to change the format.
Yes. Sorry, what did you say?
Before you can play, you need to change the format, because I tried this way many times, but it did not work.
Okay, you will try this one.
Faz, just share with him your email address. He will give you the link for these, and this works. Since it is working for him, it will work for you too. So Nadeem, this BlueStack, any version work? Like with the latest version is 4. 4
Yeah.
will work fine, or
Yes,
only this version?
on Windows 2010. I mean Windows 2010 is working. Before that, I tested on Windows 8.1, Windows 8, and with the older version is also working. And this is the BlueStack 4 is installed on Windows 2010. Is still working.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so
it's
guys,
it's
share
a
your email address.
freeware, right? It's a freeware software.
Yeah, BlueStack is a freeware. Yes.
BlueStack actually is an environment like Android environment. The
Yes.
main thing is you need to read the file, to play with the file. Is called the A plus VC Silver application, like Android application. For this, it can run the VC file, but unfortunately, I don't know what happened if they removed from the Google Play Store. That's why you are unable to download.
Oh, that's why you need Silver from you, because they removed it from there.
Okay, brother Nadeem, please add my email address also. I want this software. I will try.
Yes.
Well, it's
maybe the most harder part is once you will be login in the A plus VC Silver, you have to go here, add the file, or add the folder, or add the Google Drive. That's some little bit let's suppose you like tricky. You can add from here little bit. It gives you a little bit hard. But if you have 2000 Windows 8, it easy, because from with Windows 8, you can go with the file and you will find this Windows, and you will go in the Windows and you will find like a folder pictures, and you can paste already the file over there in the picture folder. It will brought it here.
Okay, I will just copy the file from your Google Drive. I will share my email address, please.
Yeah, let me see. I will.
Can I put my email address in the chat?
I got it. Yeah, you can. It's okay, no problem. Let me see it.
Brother Nadeem, it only works with the Silver file, because on the website
VC Silver only working, because the VC Classic one it's not working, because it takes you to take you to online. It won't let you, because if it's because Google is rejecting this.
Okay, thank you.
So I didn't receive any email.
I sent you on the chat.
Okay. I had to contact.
Nadeem, does it work on Android as well, or just on the desktop or Windows?
No, this is definitely it will work in this BlueStack. Or even if you want to try it, another software, there is one more software which is name is Nox, but it's more complicated. BlueStack is simple.